welcome. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so last time we what did we do last time? I've got oh yeah, the whole version upgrade system stuff. Wait. No, yeah, yeah. Now I remember. So I actually didn't push that. So actually, yeah, last time we did the well, I can show you the time map thing. So if we go to a time map here, and we wanna now we have this auto expand feature. And so let's say I wanna expand. I wanna basically expand to the left. Before we had this, what I have to do was, okay, how much do I want to expand? Well, maybe 10 tiles. So I have to change the size, and you see now it expands over here. So if I want to expand over there, I need to like move this over here. Oops. I need to move this over here, and now I can start doing that. However, now everything there is basically automated. So what we can do is enable auto expand, and now you can see now we can paint outside here as well, and it will automatically expand into the new area. So yeah, now we have that, which is cool. So yeah, that will make making new time maps a lot easier. Okay, that was that. But I was actually going to start working a little bit more on the content of the game, and I made this new sort of. I'm in the process of making a new enemy here, and yeah, I was just toying around a little bit with the animation here, but it's basically going to be like a wisp type or ghost type enemy. And yeah, this is just, you know, the first iteration of the graphics here, but it's just I just wanted to have something there. It was cool to play around with the animation a little bit. But anyway, so there's that, and we have an entity type for it. But then I was trying to add, this is where I want to add it, so I was trying to add it here, and it doesn't work. Nothing here works. I'm trying to. You can see that Ingrid draws a little box there, which is sort of the, I guess, icon to show that something is being drawn. Now you can move things around here still, but when you try to move it in there, it doesn't work. So it's a bug, and I thought, well, hey, I can show fixing the bug and stuff. So so how it works is that first in Imgui we have you have this begin drag drop source, which means something that can be dragged, and that is basically done after the item that you rendered, which is the selectable here. And this is the asset that you saw in the asset manager. And so here we have begin drag drop source, which that all works because you can use it. You can drag it to another place and it will work. However, it doesn't seem to work for as it did before for the layout scene, where we have this function, which is called every frame. It's going in here. I'll check this with the log here. And what we're doing is we're trying to grab the payload of the drag drop, which is populated when you have a drag drop source being dragged. So if we go over here, you can see that we're setting the drag drop payload, and we have a payload size, or I mean a payload type. I mean, you can basically only have one payload at a time, and the payload type is used as kind of a identification or a type of payload that you can then match with the accept function. And so basically what we're doing here is we are, instead of calling accept, we're calling get drag drop payload, which will return the payload that is currently active. And it doesn't matter which type of payload it is, it should always return the current payload. But we never get in here, which is strange to me. So I don't really know why this is happening. We could also maybe do this. And I guess you could have... Wait, no. To show what's actually in there, maybe. We'll see. I'm not sure how this will look, but let's find out. So yeah, now we should have gotten some of that. So let's go to the end and we'll look for a scene. Yeah, here we go. So here's like, oh, there was... Hang on. I'm getting this file loading stuff here as well. I think it might be when I changed the folder. But then there's not a lot of these logs, and then it just quits here. So at this point, when updating index, that means that we've well, it logs that in the process of exiting, we store the session, and we also update the index, and that we log here. So that marks the end of the execution here. But at no point we actually get a payload here. It's null every time. So I don't know why, because it should be there. So I'm not sure why it's null. I mean, what if we log here setting drag payload and after this I'll probably go in and read a little bit about the docs about this. Yeah, so you see here we actually have the payload. Oh, we get it multiple times. Even. So we should probably not do it multiple times. Oh, maybe that's the issue here actually. Or is it changing? No, 2470. Okay. Okay, interesting. We should only set this one time, but that's also like I am. Oh yeah, so I am doing it once. Okay, so we're actually not. So okay, so maybe that's the if here. Let's do if we. I guess maybe it just goes in here once in that case. No. So what is this if? Okay, I need to read this, read up on this a little bit here. Let's check the. So here's the IMGUI manual, and actually let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so let's see what is happening. Drag and drop. Standard widgets. What? Oh, I see. Yeah, so if we look at the code here, this is the code here. So, oh, I see. It already has color edit widgets automatically acts as drag source and drag target. They are using standardized payload strings. Okay, to allow your own widgets to use color in their drag. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Let's check this. Drag and drop to copy swap items. All right. So here we have a couple of radio buttons that change what we're trying to do. So let's just check the things here. We have a loop for all the items. We're wrapping when we have 3 items. And we're making a button. And then we're making a drag drop source. No flags. Alright. And no type as well, I guess. We're setting the payload. Oh wait, this is the type here. Yeah, so we're setting the payload to this type. This is the pointer to store. We have also this you don't have to specify in Zig, I don't think. We're just setting the payload there. So we don't actually look at the if on this one. So I'm not sure what this will return. The value that we like, what does it actually return? I'm not sure what it does. And now we have begin drag drop target. Yeah, so here's the target. We accept the drop payload with this type. So basically it means that you cannot like drop anything else in there. You have to, yeah, it has to be one of these. Okay, but then once we have, so accept will actually consume the payload. It will also, well, it will quit out of the drag drop mode and set the current drag drop payload to null or whatever. It will clear it, but and then you also get the payload out here, and so you can use it however you want, which is the sort of official way to use this system here. And it's also the nicest if you can actually make it work with accept drag drop payload. But I have a little bit more, I guess, nuance to what I will accept here. So if you look at my code and go to here, so I have to actually look at the contents here and check if the document type is an entity type. And I can't, well, I guess you could technically bake that into the type of the drag drop payload thing, but I've opted not to do that. We can just get the thing and check the type immediately instead. And then after you have done that, then you can actually do an accept, except for the fact that you can't actually do an accept here because accept only works to target some sort of item. So what I'm doing and here is we don't really have an ImGUI window that we're dropping into. We're actually just dropping it into the background of the, like we're dropping it outside of any ImGUI window. So we're dropping it into sort of the background of the application. And maybe, you know, in the future we may do a more a thing where everything is in a window. We don't actually have anything in the background, but that's gonna be in the future. But and then you get more like, I don't know, modular view experience where you can actually, you have these widgets that you can move around and organize however you want. But right now this is how it works, and it has worked before. Like you could get the drag drop payload, but now it's like, even though we can see there is a drag drop payload and it goes into this function, the drag drop payload for some reason in here is not set, even though we could see it being set in the other place. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, and then it just uses the payload here. Let's check for other examples, see if we can find any that does it in a similar way that we're doing it. So here we have 1694 is over here. So here we're also using, or wait, what's happening here? We just drag up to reorder items. All right. So we have a selectable. Okay. So if item is active and item is not hovered, we calculate where it should be put. So it's basically using the quirkiest thing here, it feels like. Because it's like, okay, is item active means that it's selected, but it's only selected if you're hovering on it. Okay. So actually these selectables, so it's only active if you like hold down the mouse button. Okay, so it's using that fact. It's not using like drag drop source target or anything like that. Okay. And then we have tooltip at target location. Okay, cannot drop here. So here we're actually using tooltips. Okay, so we have a button here. What's this? 1, 0. Oh, what's this thing? I've never seen this. Oh, is it to differentiate it? You have two buttons. I see. If you have two buttons that is named the same, but you don't want to set a... You don't want to use push ID, you can use this. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. to like differentiate them, which will not like be put in the actual label, but it will be part of the sort of ID of the button. So, okay. Well, that's, I guess, yeah, that's good to know. Okay, and then, well, I'm just guessing that that's what it's doing because of what I'm seeing here. By context, I'm sort of guessing that. It makes sense, you know. We're also looping through, so we get two of the same thing here. But then you have a drop source also in the loop. What am I missing here? Oh, if n is equal. Okay, so it only does it in the first iteration. Okay, but here we're also using except. So the flags except before delivery. Right, so it goes in here without consuming the drag drop payload, I see. But then how would you know if it actually was dropped? Okay, but anyway, that's not the issue that I'm dealing with. So none of these examples actually uses get payload. Get, let's see, it's called, whoops, get drag drop payload. Oh, this is an old. And the weird thing is, it has worked before, so I'm not sure what, like, what changes were made to make it not work. Because it goes in there and it says always that drag node is null, even though we can see it actually being something, which is very strange to me. Let's check here. Oh, that's for scene drag. Okay, let's move this into the main layout function. So we'll do this. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, so null. Okay, here we go. We're actually getting stuff in here, but for some reason not in the inner function later on. So let's move this Let's try after draw. Does it still happen? Does it still have a thing there? I guess we could check for null now instead of. So let's do if get drag drop payload. We get drag drop payload. And we will show that. I really want to store the asset manager. Let me actually just write this down. Where's session? Do I really just... Is this the only place? Okay, let's see, drag drop payload. Okay, we still get the payload. Let's move it somewhere else. So it's probably gonna be here that we're never gonna see it. I'm pretty sure, because handle input actually calls the function that did not work for it, so it would be really weird if it actually worked. Okay, it does, so I'm not sure what's going on. Does it change to pay? Does it not work between windows? I'm pretty sure it should be. It should be working. Yeah, it does work. Because we can drag them into an asset input. Is it because we're not in an ImGUI window? Or... I'm pretty sure it does work. I mean, we're calling it over here and it works. So I don't know what's going on, actually. Now we're calling it. What? Oh. what is actually happening? It's going in there, then it's going in here like multiple times and stopped. So it's null if it's not in a window, or what is the thing here? Why has it worked? How has it worked before then? Is it to do with a Zig version? No. I've tried this before, it worked before. This is very, very strange to me. But it's also, why doesn't it like go into this function? It should be going into the function. Yeah, if we run it, like right now, it should be going into the function. It's not. Or it is, actually. Okay. Maybe it's not going into the function while we are dragging. Maybe that's the issue here. Oh, maybe that was the thing that changed. Maybe it's this part. Oh, it might be this. Okay. Yeah. I think we have to remove this. Or is it keyboard? No, how did this look before? It was only mouse. Okay, that's weird. If we... say remove this. So it wants to capture keyboard if you're dragging something. Right. So this causes, when you're dragging something, this is true. So I think what we'll do is we will say because we're focusing on something, or maybe that's the issue. Maybe we're actually have something focused here. I don't know. Hello, Polaris7. Have a nice day. And thank you. Okay, so at least we got to the issue here. Okay, my idea is that we capture the keyboard and or we want keyboard is equal to if they want the keyboard and it doesn't have a payload. If the payload is null and you want the keyboard, then the keyboard is. But if you only have like drag drop payload. I don't understand why they want the keyboard. So let's do this and see if that fixes the issue. There we go. Okay, so now let's see if we do this. This still works without moving the background here. Well, this actually moves here, but yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. So now we fixed that issue. Great. I think what I'll do is I'll push this fix, because now the editor is kind of like in a fixed state. I also updated the readme a little bit and the to-do, I guess. So time apps are now automatically expanded. Now have the auto expand checkbox, which if you paint outside of its current boundary, fixed issue with dragging and dropping an entity into a scene. There we go. Now let's oh. 1 second. All right, we're cool. Oh my God, why? Okay, but I can just do this again. There we go. Copy this. No. What did I do? This push. The name first, then the thing. I should really have like some sort of script or whatever for this, instead of doing this manually each time. And okay, what I'll do is I will do this so it doesn't do anything weird. Okay. Now what else do we want to do? So we push that. No. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's all pushed. Okay, cool. Now let's go in here again. There we go. Yes. Okay. But anyway, now we can add a bunch of these. I guess one for now. can have another one over here. Now these are not, I guess, they are well, they're not implemented in the game, so we have to actually implement them, which is like the first new enemy. The first time I'm basically touching the game code and adding new content in quite a while, actually. That is not like, you know, I just adding these time maps and stuff. I also would like to update the time map editor a little bit to make these like time maps a lot easier to do. Like right now I have to like do well, let me show you, like here for example. Now this is supposed to be like a rocky region, which I don't have a lot of stuff for. Well, I do have these. So what I can do is you can select multiple of these, right? And then I press enter. And now I can just paint this and it will be select like random. You can even do for lines as well. So it will just fill in with random tiles there. And we can do the same thing here. So it's pretty cool to just add, if you want to have this type of thing. Now I'm not sure if I actually want to have rocky stuff everywhere here, but it's a start. I'll just do this. And now I can, oops, oh yeah. But once you're done, you have to like deselect everything. And then you can paint it with normally here. And then we also have the things here as well. I'm not sure if I actually have, maybe I should use this. Oh, okay, so I actually don't have tiles for like rocky stuff that is like below. So maybe we have to use these. And then for that we have to do this. All right. We do have these, but we don't really have for like this one is like that. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, so it's not that bad, you know, but I would like to have a small, you know, adding some small upgrades here and there to make this a lot faster. If you have some sort of templating like this part, for example, it would be nice if you could maybe define a template, and then when you draw, it will automatically sort of fill this in. But yeah. Okay, and then here, oops, we have this. And then downwards. Actually, here we have this one. Sure, why not? It looks a bit weird. Looks like you're almost able to go into the wall. Okay, it's nowhere near gonna be like the final thing here, but and also you have all this stuff below here as well, which I don't really want to show like that. But there, then that should be fine. Let me. It's also nice that we can enable and disable this, because now in this case I don't actually want to. If I draw at the edge, I don't want to accidentally increase it, because then all the scene entities will also update, and I don't want to do that because then I have to move them manually later, so that's not good. But yeah, so now we at least have a little bit more color, I guess, in here. No decals or anything yet, but at least we have something. And so now it looks way better. And we also have these, but these are not gonna show up. I wonder if it's gonna crash if I try to play this now, or if it's just not gonna show them. Yeah, I think it's crashing. Yeah, so now I actually need to implement these enemies in the game. I don't really have an attack animation for them, but I guess they can just float around and try to move towards the player or something. And it's also going to be like the first flying monster in the game, so it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it was a long time since I've been in here, but we should have the what is it? The monster, since it's an entity type, it should be read in by the game already, since we're like reading all the entity types automatically. So we just have to like add it as an enemy here, and it's called an irblos. It's basically, it's the same as a wisp basically. And yeah, I mean that's what it is. It's just as. And now we should get like a whole bunch of errors here. Here's the spawn thing, and yeah, I guess I'll just add it here. And yeah, now we get all these, you know, different errors where I have to define what this is gonna do. So we'll just add it here, and monster type, and we need a new monster type. I'm just gonna put everything as the same. So basically, well, it's really gonna be the same as maybe one of these. So I'll just copy, actually I'll just copy this entire thing, and no. So new monster, loss. Okay. Right, and now we can go. I have to add it here. There we go. Alright, now it should end up in a way more places where, yeah, now we have all these places where we have to change things. Alright, we have animation container, that's right. We need to add this here as well. That should just exist because, or should it actually? Wait. Are we using this or are we? Oh, maybe we're using like the old animations. How do we hook up an animation to an entity? That is actually this. Well, we could add a property to the entity types, actually, which is like, which animation are you using? So we could actually link the entity types to an animation like that. And we do have properties in here. We should have property. Yeah, we do have the sort of what is it? The possibility of parsing properties. We could just enforce like common monster properties or common any entity properties to include like an animation file that you need to load in with maybe yeah, it's just gonna be like one animation file per entity type. We could actually do that. Alright, I'm gonna BRB for a second here. Be right back. Okay, yeah. So that was the question here, like how do we connect the entity types to animations? Like right now they are basically hard coded, but also the issue here is that all of these animations are basically the old files that I've been using. I want to now, instead of doing this, they could still be like hard coded, so that's fine, but I do want to reference the new animations instead. And so one thing that we have to do, well, we have to do a couple of things. First is to change this relative file to well, it could either be like an ID that will represent, well, it could either be like the animation ID that we have in the editor. It could also be something else, but I think having it as an ID would probably be better, because then we can ask the index to get the file name and then load the file name from there, so even if you move the animation later, it's still gonna find it. So we could probably just put the ID in here instead. That wouldn't be an issue. And so let's check here. We are saying this is the JSON file. We could change this into saying that that is not the JSON file, but it's the ID of the animation instead. So let's do asset ID, which will be a UUID that we can then grab. Pretty sure, yes. And asset ID is a UUID. However, this ID could also, it's a UUID. Let's keep it as a UUID because you can easily create it from the string. And this would be asset ID instead now. I'm just gonna check. Yeah, it's only in this file here. So that's fine. So now here, when we load, we actually need to have the registry as well, because we need to get. Let's just have the registry. We don't need the allocator because we can grab it like this, and then we also need index. It's really nice when you have it like this, because then you can just autocomplete and it will always work wherever you are. Okay, there we go. Now UUID, isn't that part of one of these? No? I guess not. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna change that right now. Could be better organized, but okay. So we have the asset index, we have the allocator. Now we can get the JSON file, or we can call it like assets file path, and we can do not load. We will get the file name of our asset ID, and it's gonna return a nullable. So if we don't find it, I guess we could log an error. Do not load as animation not found. Now, otherwise we should just load it with the file path. However, the file path, I don't remember if this is like apps, if you get an absolute or not. I don't think we get an absolute. No. Wait, also this won't work. File name from file. Oh, it opens from the current directory? What? This is also weird. I guess if it is absolute, then this will actually open it from an absolute point of view. Which it should be absolute in that case. So that means basically that the things stored in asset index are absolute. I'm pretty sure, but yeah, because if when we load it, see here, load existing, we get the project directory, and so yeah, we're setting it to the absolute path here. So I'm just gonna annotate here, index from asset IDs to absolute file paths. Okay. So now we know, now we don't have to like go through the code again to find that out. We could also annotate this function here. Get absolute file path from an asset index or asset ID. There we go. Okay, now let's go back to where we were, animation. So this means that this is an absolute file path. So when we load here, yeah, this should work. So yeah. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do is we need to change all these to be the index or the IDs of the assets instead. Now we could find this out in a number of ways. One way is to open up the editor and do it that way. So 1 second here. What happens if I do this? Okay. Just gonna make sure that I'm not showing any weird secrets here. Okay, that's fine. Oops, not the browser. And then it shows the thing again. Okay, you know what? I actually need to, yeah, and that's, now that happened, so I have to regenerate this again. I mean, not really, since it, okay, whatever, I'll just regenerate it. Sure. Actually, let's regenerate it like 90 days. Fine. So I don't have to worry about it. And I will close you down. I will say now let's go back to here. Right, now. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, so one way we could do it, if we open up the editor and we go to our animations, you could see the animation here. We could also add like copy ID, like a context menu, copy ID. That could be something. We could also, like, let's say we go into this one, for example. We don't really see the ID here. We should probably have like the ID visible, but you can't really select it. So that will be one thing, like extending the editor so that we can more easily see the IDs. Another thing is that we can go into our project's cache folder and we can actually try and find the things that we want from here. So if we go here, we can see, okay, I want pistoling animations. So now it's called pistoling.animations, and here you see, here's that animation. So we just copy this. I don't think it showed the whole thing. Okay, whatever. So we copy that. And then we go in here and we can paste that in. So that is now our ID, except we need to make it into a UUID first. So we have to do UID. And yeah, I'll have to add a function here. Let's just add this here, nice. Here, nice. There we go. And it can be an error. Let's just catch the error. And we want to catch it. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so we do this here, nice. That. So now we have the ID there. So we have to do the same for everything else now. Now we need create animations. So it's over here. Let's copy that. Oops, what the hell is going on? No. There we go. Let's do serialize. There we go. Alright, next up is missing animations. Actually, let's make a macro here. So we go into end, back, change inner thing, add 2 of those, and then add this down here. There we go. Okay, next up is steaming animations. There we go. Bundling. Plus. makes sense to be one of the last entries here. Okay, button icons, animations, yes. There we go. All right. So. Right. Now what? Yeah, so now that should actually be all hooked up. Oh man, I forgot. Okay. Let's just do a quick one here. So we'll replace you with UUID of the series. And also you with you. Okay. Now they should all be hooked up to their respective animations. Should we try it? Let's see if we can start the game. Okay, all right. So we actually, right, so now we have a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, here we need the registry. Two arguments. What? No, you don't need allocator. Okay, now we have all these switches that we have to fix. Should attack. So let's just copy something here. Let's just copy you, or maybe you. Well, this should already exist, like on the thing itself. So. Well, actually it didn't. Should attack. Also, we don't have this ledge thing. Yeah, we can just remove this function. Block. Yeah, we don't have a block thing. Block. Oh, right. Yeah, we removed that as well. So that was for like the other. Okay, the one that the monster that walks back and forth, and basically you're just checking. Okay, are you blocked? Then you change the direction to the other direction. Can aggro. Should be true. Hitbox We'll fix that later. That's also some, oh yeah, hitbox is something that we probably want to have like a more visual thing for that. And that might be something that could be like in the editor. Like if you add let's say you add a rectangle, and then one way to define the rectangle would be to draw a rectangle around the, like on the monster. It's like on the graphic of the monster itself. That would be cool. You could do that, or you can have like in the sprite sheet define the hitbox of in the sprite sheet itself, and then you can grab that information from here. So there's a bunch of ways to do it. It's like the only thing I think with the sprite sheet is what if you want to change it later? Maybe you don't. I don't know. We'll see. But then you could have like a base thing and then have modifications to it maybe. Okay, well, it's not an issue right now, so I'm not gonna dream about it. Let's see. Get texture. Well, this is wrong. Oh yeah, also this. Where do we have textures? Here. We need to add this texture as well, because we're not loading in the animation textures. We could do that, because I don't think the actually the animation textures probably, well, I think we just assume that they are loaded maybe. Yeah, we're not actually, I don't think we're doing anything with this. No. Also, it doesn't have texture path anymore. We have, oh, this is also, we need to update the animation type. This has changed. This is like texture ID now instead. The animation should be the same, but this is different. So this one should be texture ID. Yeah, but since it's not used, it doesn't really matter. And now we can load it in, load the texture in, so we don't actually need to define the textures in here. We could add them later with that. Yeah, now this is way more like dynamic. Okay, but anyway, that's gonna be something like an upgrade for the future. But I think that's basically all we need to do to be able to load those animations. We'll see if there's anything else. Let's go back here and check. Yeah, so we added a thing there. This should be this one now. That's fine. Okay, what does 3 mean? Max health. Sure. Position, draw layer, T. Yeah. So that should all be good. Alright. I mean, I guess we could say like max health 3 instead. did these. Yeah, I think we made everything now. Okay. Alright, so anyway, so this should be good. Set idle, fine. Now direction is alright, so actually the state is more like flying or floating or something, which we don't really have. Also, with gravity is not going to affect this type of monster. So yeah. Okay, init monster, where do we have like the physics stuff? It's over here, rigid body. Okay, let's just check this. Do we even have a way to turn off the gravity for... Right, here up the positions. Here's the physics simulator. So we are changing velocity based on acceleration. We're changing, right, so but before this, acceleration is actually set by gravity, I think, which is done here. We're applying gravity, which changes the acceleration based on stuff. So we have X and Y. We have right, so if it's dynamic or not. So I think what we want to do, oh yeah, so we are actually doing this when we're climbing. When the player's climbing, the gravity is turned off. But it's kind of quirky because where is this happening? Yeah, we're just setting static to true, which I think it's sort of, it disables like physical collision detection basically. So you can't affect other physical things, which is fine because the player shouldn't be able to push anything while in this state anyway. The monster though needs, well, what we do need to is collision detection. Well, I think we still have collision detection, but we don't have like collision physical like resolution, which basically means you can't push anything. It's basically like a ghost object that doesn't affect other things. So I think that's maybe that's like perfect actually for Irblos. So what we will do is we will do the same thing here, except we want to do it for Irblos when we are initializing this entity. So we are doing this. We also want to do set static to true. This is the entity, I believe. You return an entity, that's right. And then we want to grab the rigid, the body of the entity. So that's gonna be get rigid body. So now this is the rigid body, and we can just set that to be true. So now that should mean that the monster is just floating around or whatever. Idle. I'm just gonna set this to idle. And that. I think it's a U64. F. What? F64. Oh. Infinite. Yeah. So it never ends, basically. Okay. Right, so it's always idle, whatever. Should attack. Let's just check the distance. I guess. Well, we don't really have a can attack. Well, we might actually implement that. But let's just set that to something. And that's a timestamp, so that's F64. Set it to 0. This is irregulos. We have distance, we have T. Attack type is something. And attack trigger distance. Let's check for staining what that is. Let's just copy that. 70, fine. Alright, so that should, that should work in whatever direction you're in. And we're doing a, I guess, charge attack. So now we have a bunch more stuff that we need to handle. Oh, can attack. It's nice also because I've not been in this code base for a while. And I don't remember a lot of the details around everything here, so it's really nice that when you the tagged unions are really nice with the switch cases here. Everywhere we need to now handle this new monster type, we just do it in this switcher. So it's a really nice way of like automatically, oh hey, now you need to fill this in, now you need to fill this in. So yeah, that's a really nice thing. Execute attack, right. We're doing the actual attack. Alright, let's go here and copy that. So we only have one attack type, which is charge attack, and everything else we can remove. Alright, and we'll fill this in later. Well, this now works. Well, I guess we can fill it in now. So charge attack. We find a direction. Well, it's just gonna be directly at the player, maybe. I don't know. If it's, we have to balance this later. I just want something that moves around and possibly attacks the player if you move too close. So we don't really want to set an animation. We don't. Well, let's see. Attack. Oh, this is actually changing to the charge attack. Okay. Or yeah. Ends at. Let's do. So charge attack duration. Let's do like, I don't know. I think it's seconds. Let's do 1 second. Charge attack duration, and then maybe if we actually have an animation for it, we can add that. Hertz and that. So it's always gonna hurt. So that's gonna be 0. Hertz and at is gonna be the same. I mean, it's actually the hurt thing. I feel like they are always, it's gonna hurt on touch. So the attack is not really different. It's just moving. So we're not really, we're not really gonna have like an thing happening there. But okay, let's see. Here we have end attack. Should end attack. Alright, that is if it gets like stunned or something. And we're also checking end at here. And here we're checking. Right, if we're jumping and we hit the ground, then we end the attack, right? That's right. But these don't have any special thing happening there. Alright, and here we are in end attack, I think. No, update idle walk. Okay. So if we're well, it's actually not walking, so we can actually ignore that. End attack, okay. So end attack, we're not really doing anything. It's just going into idle mode again, which interesting. End attack, what are you doing? Oh, ending the burrow, because that has a special. Right, so this is more like, okay, should anything else happen at the end of the attack? No. And what's this? Damage player if in attack hitbox. Okay, yeah, this is more special case for stening. Okay. Right. So yes, let's see here then. So let's fill this in. I think the direction, so let's keep this here. It's gonna be like left or right. That's gonna determine the sprite direction. Okay, so we don't need these other things, so I guess we'll do this. And what else? We don't need you. So we could just not worry about that. I guess, wait, this is wrong. Here, we can remove this. This is not used. You are not used. You are 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 used. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah. So we don't need that. Wait. Entity. No, we need self. Alright, so let's do that. So this is self, right? And then the monster AI, which we need. But we don't need the registry. We don't need this entity. Attack type, monster body, monster direction, player body T. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Oops. Okay, was that it? Alright. Well, let's see if we can actually launch the game first and foremost, because we've changed the animations to the new animations with files. We have yeah, we added the texture and stuff, so let's just see if we can launch the game. Seems to be crashing here. Attempted to unwrap error, unknown field. Okay, unknown field. That feels like a animation error for the new format. Let's just double check. So what is the animation version? Oh, right. ID, texture ID, yeah. So version, I guess we could add it. Where do we have the thing? Here, version. I guess the texture is unknowable, however, we're just gonna enforce it. And we also have ID as well. We don't care about that. Okay, I think this is going to be an issue for the entity types as well. So we probably need to add it to the entity types also, yeah. Or not? Is it something else? Missing field. Texture ID, ID version animations. Texture ID, ID version animations. Animation serialized. Oh wait, I know what the issue is. So actually, okay. I just implemented a document version upgrade system, so that's why we have versions on the documents. So this is for animations, and but the thing is, I didn't do it so that it automatically saves the new version when you, because it only, like, if you, let's say we run the editor here. Now all of the animations are still the old version, but they are sort of upgraded in memory. So if you save now they will be updated to the latest version. So I have to go in and save them all here. We should probably have like a project-wide upgrade that like, oh, you have old versions, so you want to upgrade to the latest. Okay. Alright. Now let's see. Now it should be complaining about unknown fields in entity type. Hopefully. No? Okay, there's something else. Unexpected token? Okay, so this might be connected to something else then. So let's see. We're parsing a UUID and it says unexpected token. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy some JSON reporting code. Yeah, and we're basically gonna do this. If there's an error parsing, we're gonna report the error with our error reporting stuff. So we have to do it here. Whoa. Okay, now do we have like a JSON thing? Yeah. Let's just add it here. And we'll see. Are you like, are these right object and they are being used somewhere? Parse object. Oh, maybe not right, but parse is being used somewhere. Scene. Right, you're imported like this. Okay. Let's go to here. Let's do this so that we have access to it from everywhere without much hassle. Okay, where is the parse stuff? Okay. So let's do JSON. Wait. No, l.json.report JSON error. All right, because we're reading it in like this. Okay, so we have to change that as well. Basically, you can do this. You create a stream with a fixed buffer stream, which has, if you've read in the entire string, the entire file, you can create a fixed buffer stream and then use that as a reader to read to like because then you get more information when you wanna do a JSON report error, because that keeps track of where you are reading from. If you don't do that, then the JSON library won't really where am I? Report the exact sort of position of the error and stuff. So let's do that. So this should be JSON. Yeah. And then we get a reader. We can now parse, not from slice, but we're gonna parse from token source. And if something goes wrong, what the hell is happening here? Return, no. Wait, what happened here? Yeah, you just return parsed. Okay. That's like, what? This something disappeared here. Okay. So we report the JSON error. Now we can pass the reader in and the error there. So there we go. Actually, if something goes wrong, we should just return the error, I think. Yeah. Actually, we can't because. Okay, I'm just gonna do unreachable. There we go. Wait. Index syntax required. Oh, we need to pass in the reader like this here, and parse options is okay, there we go. Okay, now we should get a better view of what is going wrong here when reading in the JSON. Right, everything is one line, so okay. What? So actually, yeah, I did update this thing because well, what we could do, I guess, is we could let's check this version. This is, or this ID. Okay, we will copy that, go here, go to our come on, no, okay, go. Now go to this. No, not that. Go to this. Oh, it was the same. Okay, so this is Pissling animations. So we'll open that. And we're gonna do save. Okay, now let's try and load this. So I think I'm gonna update the reporter to see, like, if the line is too long, we're just gonna cut it off and show the like the cutoff place instead. But now we should get a better error report. Version 1, unexpected token. Okay. Oh. Okay. So. Yeah, I think, yeah, because this is a UUID, it should be a use size. Version, yeah, it shouldn't be an ID. There we go. Okay, now we should get an error in the entity types, hopefully. We should get like an unknown field error, yes. Let's add an error report in there as well. So let's open it up like this. This should be the entity types. Load. Alright, here we got a reader actually. And we're just doing try. So let's do this and then catch. Alright. Except this is now JSON reader instead. So we could see if we can fix this right now. So let's say here's the line. Now let's make it a variable. So, and let's say if line length is more than, I don't know, 80 or something. What the hell is happening? Okay. Then what we want to do, I want to break this out into a function here. Get line from slice. And the start is, well, it's actually just gonna be an offset. Yeah, like which index. So the cursor is the offset. Right, so basically what it's doing is you're looking into a sort of a log report or something, but it's just one slice. The whole string is one slice and it can have several lines. This just checks, okay, where do you want to look? Which offset, like which byte offset, and it grabs out the line from that offset, because that's how the standard library, the standard JSON library reports errors. Well, it's not reporting errors. It is, well, if it is, then I've missed it. But the way I'm doing it is I'm grabbing out the cursor part of the JSON reader, which has which byte are you looking at, right? Which byte has the error, basically. And so I'm taking that index and then I'm basically making a line out of that here. But now I need to see, like, if the line is too long, wait, is it reader? No, it's reader scanner. If the line is too long, then we just wanna we wanna shorten it around the cursor. So we basically wanna say get I don't know what to call it. Byte padding, I don't know, character padding, get padding, get slice with padding from slice. I don't know what to call it. The offset, but then you also need some sort of padding, which will be like how much do you want to expand to the right and to the left of the cursor. Because what we want to do is we want to say end of slice, start of slice. Oops. And it's gonna be not index of scalar input of thing. It's gonna be the minimum of the input length and offset plus padding, so we don't extend beyond the length. And then the start is just gonna be, actually also we want to cut off at lines as well, I guess. You know. So let's actually do end of line. Let's do end of line index, and then start of line index. Let's keep those, but then we also want end of padding index, which is this. Start of padding index, which is, so now we're gonna do if padding is more than offset, then it's gonna be 0. Otherwise, because they are unsigned, so it's gonna be like an overflow error or whatever it's called, underflow, overflow, and then, but otherwise it's gonna be offset minus padding. But now we want to do start of slice. So we want to take whatever is, if we the start is going to be whatever is larger, I believe. So we're going to take the maximum of the line or the padding start, and then the end is the other way around. We're going to take the minimum of end of line and end of padding. But I think we only want to do that if the maximum length is so let's say padding is like 40. Now that should be fine, right? Yeah, let's do that. We'll see what happens. So we don't actually need this. Wait, we do want, well, we can, I don't know what to call this function. It's a really weird function, but we'll just call it like get line get report slice. I don't know what to call it. Input offset padding, let's say 40. Now we don't care about this. There we go. And also cost. Alright. Okay, so we should still get the error. Okay, what's this now? Start. Oh, we don't have this anymore. Wait, start line. Oh, it's the length of. Wait. This. It's like the cursor position relative to the start of the line. Right. Right, so we need that as well. Yeah. So let's do a tuple. So the first is the slice, second is gonna be the start index. And oh yeah, and we have to return as well. Return the slice and also start of slice. There we go. So you now can do. We get the line and we also get start index, and we can use it here. There we go. Oh yeah, it's a use size. That's right. Input is slice. Why am I not doing this? There we go. Okay, let's see what the error looks like now, because it should be erroring at the entity type, which we have not formatted yet. So it's just one big line. So let's see if the error is better now. Wait, is it that one? Oh, the scene. Okay, it's the scene that's wrong now. Well, let's do it here as well. Here we got this parse object. That's right. Oh, but then parse object we can just do that in here then. So let's have an inner parse. No, this should be called from somewhere. Let's check that. Load scene. Here we go. Okay, yeah, here we go. So let's do reader. There we go. Okay, now let's see what it's gonna say. Panic integer overflow. So error parsing. Unknown field. Oh, is it here? Is it right? It's talking about this. So there's something wrong with the indexes probably, because there's an integer overflow. We can't really see where it's happening, but I'm gonna assume it's in this function. Did I do something weird here? So that should be fine. Also plus padding might be here. If padding is more than offset. It's integer overflow, so it's not the array access. I mean, if offset is 0, but if the offset is 0, it doesn't go in here. And then it's just, okay. Let's do, let's just log out. So we have slice, offset, I don't need padding. Okay, let's log this out. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't even get there. What? Well, okay, we can see the cursor is 10. Maybe it's not like, maybe it's like it doesn't, it hasn't flushed it yet or something. I don't know. Can we do that? Flush. I guess we could do this. We could do IO standard out. And we do, actually let's do writer. So now we got a writer, and we can say print. There's no flash. Maybe it does it automatically or something. Sync. I don't know, it feels like it should just flush it directly. Okay, let's see if this is better. No? Okay, very strange. I've actually not seen this happen before. I mean, what if we just say, I mean, okay, what if we just return an empty slice? To fix this. Okay. I might be barking up the wrong tree though. I mean, it might be somewhere else where this is happening. Okay, we still get this. And we don't get it. Okay, so this might be that it's not actually here, but it feels weird because this sentence, where, like, oh, we have like two places. Oh, wait. So it was exactly the same error, okay. Oh, this is like the super old version. Right, okay, yeah. Which makes sense, it's happening here because it's very naive, like just... Okay. Okay, so it was already here. Let's just do... well, that's gonna be report source. I know we can do this. Oh my god, okay. There we go. Okay, that was a journey. Should have checked that first, but hey, the more you learn, the more you know. There we go. Now we can see that we start at the start of the file. It's just one big line, and it cuts off somewhere over here. So cool. We get a nice reporting now. All right, and we get the same thing for. Well, we can see here scenes, and well, the same file here. We get the double reporting, but that's fine. That's fine. At least we can see what the issue is. And so now we can go to that, and we can just add version here, which is use size. All right. And I'm just gonna try this because next is gonna be the entity types, I think. That needs to be updated as well. Here we go. Wait, tiles? Oh yeah, that's right. The tiles are now 2D arrays. Before they were 1D arrays. So we need to update that as well. See what good this reporting does. It tells me exactly where the problem is, and of course I have a bit of context also to why it's there, but it's really nice to see exactly the issue. Okay, so yeah, the tile maps, we need to update that. All right. Get index. So these, I mean, yeah, this won't really. Okay, let's do. Yeah, this one is different. So let's go to time maps. The new code. Layer. And here's the new code for that. We just need to copy this and paste it in here. And there we go. Yeah, and also we need this to be changed to this. Oh no, but this is gonna be an issue. The deserialization is going to be in, yeah, it's going to be an issue. So the reason why it's an issue is kind of complicated, but it's like we're changing this. We need a specialized JSON parse function for this because we want to turn slices into array lists, which is not happening, you know, in the standard library. So we have a special function for that. However, it does not support nested array lists, and it was kind of pain in the ass. I was trying to do nested array lists here before, and I could not get it to work. And I ended up in the editor just to use my freshly built upgrade system to actually handle it for me, because that has a bunch of like automatic transformation from one type to another type. I could just copy that entire system in here. I guess that could be like a library that you can import. But anyway, so yeah, it's gonna be, oh my god. So the reason, I mean, I built it kind of clunky here, but basically the standard JSON library, when you want to parse a JSON string, you have to put in a type that is gonna like automatically convert the JSON string to this type, right? Now, if you supply a type that has like an array list in it, it's not gonna understand, or it doesn't know that in the JSON it might be represented by a slice, or I mean an array, a JSON array. But in the real type, you want to have it as an array list and not as a slice. And to avoid having, well, one thing that you could do is write a type that is sort of the serialized version. So you could have like serialized, and you could have like, this is fine because this has a built-in serialized function in it, so that's fine. Array list does not. So I mean, you could use like a third-party JSON array list instead to have it serialized, but that's also like, but then you need to copy, or then you need to handle, like, then you need to have that type and copy all the, like, yeah, then it's like, it's just cumbersome, you know. Grid is serializable. This is not. So what we do is we could do something like this. So this would be like the serialized version, something like this. Okay, and then you can use that type to parse in first, and then you can have a function here that says, I don't know, to time at layer or something, to, or I don't know what to call it, materialize. Time at layer. So this is like the final step, and then you get serialized, and then you can just return time at layer. ID is equal to self ID name. So then you have to manually basically do all this crap. That's one way of doing it. Tiles, but tiles is gonna be different now. So basically, like, let's do init tiles. Well, it's not the same init tiles. It's gonna be like set tiles, or we could call it materialized tiles. And we need materialized tiles. This would return the thing that we want. Now, actually, is tile material or is tile serializable? I think so. Yeah, it should be fully serializable. So then we do this. We create. I think I'm just gonna do this actually, and I'm gonna show how to use it also. So we're gonna do this. This is array list. This is the result type, and we're gonna say init, no, empty, and in the end we want to return it. Okay, but in here we need to go through all of the tiles. We need self. So we're gonna go through all of the tiles here, and this is a row, and then we're gonna go through all of the rows as well. Now here we wanna append. Actually, what we could do is we could say init with capacity. Oh, we need allocator as well. Init with capacity, and the capacity is going to be self times length. Right, so now we have capacity. Now we basically allocate a space for all the rows, so we can just do tiles, append, assume capacity. And the item that we want to append is also a row. Like this is the materialized row. It's going to be array list. This is an array list of tiles. And we can init capacity of that one as well. And then we can say row.length. Alright. And we want to add that in here. Well, actually, what we can do is we can just do this. Then we want to get the materialized row. Materialized row out of this. Okay. Oh, but get last. There. This is a. I really don't like it. Get last. It doesn't have a way to get the pointer to the last. So you can't get like a mutable version of last, which is, I don't know why. There's no get last pointer. Okay, but what we could do instead is we can say items, tiles, items, length -1. Okay, now we have it. That is not a tile though. So this is also like, okay. This is like the LSP doesn't understand that this is a nested array list. So if you say tiles, items, these items should be a list of array lists of tiles, but it says it's an array of tiles. So yeah, that's a bug. Okay, where did I go now? There we go. Okay, so we're going through each row, we're appending, we're assuming that we have capacity. Now this one, actually, we don't need an allocator for this function, because we already know we have the capacity for it. So it's a more efficient way of appending items into an array list. Not that it's like super, we need to super optimize this part, but you know, it's good to have a habit of that. So we're appending it in there. We're making a new row, like a list in there for all the rows, or I mean for the current row. We grab out the row here, and then we can also we need to catch reachable on these things. There we go. And then here we can say materialize row.append assume capacity, even though we don't get like, you know, LSP auto completion now because it's bugged out. But now we can, I think we can just copy this value in there because it's gonna be copyable. Okay, and then at the end, we want to, no, I think that's fine. I think everything that is in here is gonna be like deinitialized anyway because of the arena allocator, and then I think so anyway. Let's see, where are we? No, it's leaky. Okay, so we're not doing that. So we need to tidy up after ourselves here as well. Basically, the old serialized, all of this needs to either be moved to the layer, which, for example, name is allocated, so that just moved, so that should be fine. However, things in here we need to check, double check here. I think the original arrays should be deinitialized, so we should free tiles. We should also free each row here. There we go. Wait. Row. Yeah. But after that, I think we're done. Also, do you actually need this to be mutable? Yeah, you need to be mutable. That's fine. You need to be a var in that case. Alright. Okay, so now we have a serialized version of this. The issue is now that we have to like maintain this thing and update it whenever we update stuff. But yeah, that's the way we have to do it right now. What's this now? Expected this, found that. Okay, yeah, so here we're gonna do return get tile by a vector instead. And well, it's gonna be self. The vector is gonna be this. Okay, so we like generalize that. Expected vector of integers found, vector of f32. Alright, so let's just do float from it. No, int from float. Okay, and now down here, what we'll do is we are not parsing. So this is the special like JSON parse. This is gonna be whenever JSON, the standard JSON library encounters a struct that has this function, it's gonna use that instead of the default parsing function to parse the object or to parse this thing. So what we're doing here is basically we're just passing it through our own special sort of generic function for it, which has some special rules. However, we don't want to do that right now. What we want to do is we want to use well, actually we want to have serialized version is going to be try inner parse, and the type that we want to parse is the serialized version here. Has all the things the same. So now we got the serialized version because that is fully serializable by the standard library standards. And then we can return, because the result needs to be our fully materialized type. So we just call this, actually we need allocator here as well. Pass that in here because this requires it. Alright, so let's pass allocator and we'll remove this. So then we're done. So this is how you could have a super special, parsing for whatever type you want, basically. Yeah, you make a serialized version that is okay by the standard JSON library standards. And most of the time for me that has meant that ArrayList doesn't cope well with it. So we have to make this version and then turn it into this. And I try to make a generic function that automatically detects ArrayList and does that. But and it works for shallow objects, but whenever it's like a nested array like this, I didn't get it to work immediately. So I was just, okay, I won't be bothered about this. I'll just write this function. And I guess we don't really know if it works yet. So oh yeah, this should be self. No, wait. Yeah, self dot materialize. Yeah. And can you do this? Is this possible? I'm not sure. Let's see. Type at type enum literal is not a function. Okay. What is happening here? Type enum is not a function. Is this a bug? Like, what is it with nested array lists? What if we do this? Yeah, okay. So I'm pretty sure you should be able to do that. That feels like a bug. Okay. Well, anyway. Let's try this now. Oh, it works. Okay, I wasn't ready for it actually just starting to work. Okay, can we go in here? No. Okay. Well, I want to see. Can we go to the left though? No? Okay, so I'm not sure why that happens, but let's check it out. Okay, loading scene, error processing, missing field. Oh, I see. Okay, this is the same issue as we had before. So all of the scenes are also in the previous sort of format, so we have to basically go in and save all those manually here. But we have a quick way of doing it. Let's use the map function for that. Did I actually press this button? It's hard to tell sometimes. Go in and save every room. You are already saved. There we go. Now everything should be up to date. All right. Okay, so we got another issue. Let's. I want to try the left side as well. No? Okay, so we get something else, perhaps. Unexpected token tiles. Oh, okay. Yeah, the tile maps we also have to save. So actually we could just do open, save. Open, save. Open, save. Okay, there we go. Now, what I want to do is I want to open this up now, and I just want to double check in the logs if we upgraded something. Upgrading. Okay, so we have one. I think it's only one place. It's this document here. So which document is that? Texture tileset initial. So is it like all the texture? I don't think we're. Are we using those in? I mean, we can't really. Those are not actually. We can't actually save those. Okay, let's do this. Macro version. And no auto command. No, let's say go. Wait, close this. Go delete. Open up the new. Alright, now nothing should need to be upgraded. Here we go. Well, we'll see. There we go. Alright. Hey. It works. Alright, now let's try looking at the new enemy. So we'll go over to the editor and we're gonna look at the map. Oh, duplicate field. What? Oh, did that already? Oh, it already had it. Because it was created so recently that we already had the version there. Okay, and I didn't notice it. Okay, nice. But now we should see it. There we go. And let's press F5 to play. But it's not there. Okay. So it's not visible. Let's check if we had some logs here. Errors. No. Is there a warning? Font. Is there an error? So it found that. Right. Okay, let's double check the code for the monster. Do we ever set the animation? Battling. Wait, do we even have this? Okay, let's look at mossing as reference. So basically, which animation? Is this the AI stuff? Monster type, monster, so set animation, I don't know. Right, so we are doing that. I'm pretty sure we have an idle animation for this guy. Yeah, it's right here. This is the idle animation, so it should be there. No, I want basic view of Master AI. Let's see, Master AI, okay. And then we want this. So let's do that, and then we basically want to check. So this should be an entity. We don't. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So it's entity. Index. active. Okay. Right, so then we check monsters I, which is, well, it's not data now, it's gonna be raw. Right, so now you are this type. Okay. We'll check the type. If the type is this, we break. With that, so that's the entity. Oh man, no. I think I crashed the editor here. Wait, can I cancel? No, I have to. Oh, which one is which? Let's just quit out. I have to do force quit here. Oh man. Okay, debug. Let's try recovering. Print. There we are. Oh man. Okay. View is registry get basic view of AI components. Monsters. Well, actually, let's do for view data length. If view raw I dot type is equal to loss, then we break with I, otherwise we are no. And here if loss, I guess we could do this. And say data system. There we go. We'll set this to this. Wait, okay, let's try this actually. Let's do that, and then let's say const. Will that work? Because I've been through this error a lot of times. Okay, that actually works. Okay, cool. Unable to resolve comp time value. Comp time value? It's not a comp time value. Oh, it tries to be a comp time value, yes. Why do we have like inline for it? Doesn't need to be inline. Okay, so let's try. Also, I'm just gonna delete it. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's try it now. No, there's nothing up there. Let's put it like down there. No. Okay. Well, yeah, let's also check what we are saying about this entity. Nothing. Okay, I'm gonna check here. Right, here we're turning string to enum. Right, and we're saying that the type is the tag. And then we're doing this. So we should be doing things here. Initializing in loss. Okay. So it's wait. Initializing equals. No, it's not. It's not calling this. Okay. Do we? Let's see. Let's add a thing here, spawning, maybe up here actually. Spawning entity with type. And if the, well here, if the type is custom type, Okay, we need to get it from the entity type container. And it should complain. Okay, let's check if it complains. Could not find... No? Did not define... Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Okay, this is part of the problem with the editor, so I'm not... when we create a new entity type, it's not setting the actual key to be the same as the like the name that you define. So you have to like do it yourself manually. But yeah, okay. Here it says new entity type. So I have to go in here, and we have to set this to the name there. Okay, but at least we have the means to check that. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, now something is crashing instead, which is, I guess, fine. Because that means, oops, that's something different happening. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to main, and I want to change the scene. So this is called Forest Hill Entrance. So that we can start there here. We're launching the game directly. What's happening? Oh. So let's check the crash, the logs here for what's happening in the crash. Reached unreachable code. Alright. Get animation. Okay, so the spawn animation. That's right, we don't have a spawn animation. Okay, I'm just gonna make one real quick here. Where is the thing? Can you see that? Okay, yeah. So I'm just trying out a bunch of different things here, but let's just make a spawn animation. So I'm basically just gonna do a little thing here. I don't know. I might bring you in. Let's bring you in. Lower the opacity there so we can see where it, like the outlines. So sort of like building this up here. everything. And let's do a little bit of this as well. Alright, that should be good enough, I guess. Oops. Okay. I just want to do a quick version here. And let's go editor, animations. Okay, let's add a spawn animation. Okay, maybe a little bit slower. Or yeah, sure, that's fine. All right, let's see. Okay. Well, why is gravity affecting? Well, you can see him moving in there. Although the spawn animation looks a bit weird. Or maybe it does because it's like just a. Maybe it should be like an empty first, so you don't see it at all. So change these around here. And then we add you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, but for some reason the gravity is affecting them even though they are static. So I don't really know why, because that should actually make them. Okay, let's check here. Oh, we're actually just setting the position. Ah, I see, we're doing this. And well, the velocity shouldn't be set to 0, but we can do this. Okay. So basically, monster update somewhere. Here it is, update. So we're going through each monster, we're checking for state. Waiting, spawning, idle walk, update idle walk. If should attack. Okay, fine. So we can add an if here. If the type is equal to irblos, then we'll do this. So we'll negate the gravity. We don't have the physics system. All right. Oh, okay. Maybe it's because it's like, well, it should always negate gravity, I guess. So let's have it do it over here. Okay, there we go. Oh, and now it crashes because of something else. Unreachable code 814. Oh. Okay, it's trying to go in here. So attack, hit, break. So, right. I think what I'll do is I will say if we are here, then we don't really have an attack hitbox. I'm just gonna return something here. Center. Wait. Size. Actually, can we do size 0? What happened now? Unreachable code again. Self animation value, get animation. Okay, which animation is it trying to get? A walk animation? Yeah, why would it be walking? Right. So the only thing I can think about is like, what does it do after it spawns? So first we're spawning. And the state is waiting to spawn. Right, so we're doing waiting to spawn. Right, that is like when the player gets close enough, it spawns. So we set animation to spawn, and then we play a sound, and then we set the state to spawning. Yes, and then if we are spawning, we're waiting for the spawning to end. And then we're setting to idle. And if we're idle and we can aggro and we're hunting the player and we should attack, we're executing the attack. Otherwise, we're checking here if we are doing stuff. Let's check here. Maybe it's here, actually. Yeah, it might be in here. We're setting, wait, we're setting state to attack. Oh, and then if we're here, we're doing update attack, right? Oh man, okay. So we're checking if it's throwing, stuff with throw. Here's burrow. Here we have should we end attack. We don't have this for this thing. We're checking if we are still able to hurt the player, and that's it. Where's the end attack check? Oh, monster, I shouldn't. There we go, here we go. And that's just doing that. Return duration ended. Right? Okay, yeah. So if duration ended, well, that's the reason that we get. So we're ending the attack. We're not doing anything special. If the reason for ending the attack is duration ended and we're hunting the player, which we are doing because we can aggro, then we're setting walk towards the player. Here's the path that's wrong then. I mean, it's not really wrong. It's more like we're not really walking. So yeah, we're like floating or flying. Do we want a separate thing for that, perhaps? Separate state for flying? I mean, possibly, because walking here, it indicates that we are on a 2D surface, or I mean a 1D, I guess you could say, surface. So you can either go forwards or backwards or left or right. You have two directions to choose from. While as flying, you have like a full 360 degree of freedom that you can use, whatever you say. So you can, yeah, you have a full 2 dimensions now. Walking is just 1 dimension. Flying is 2 dimensions. So it's fundamentally different in that way, but it's not really super different either. It's just like the number of dimensions, and then but well, it is sort of different, because in 1 dimension you can only move forwards and backwards. 2 dimensions, now all of a sudden you have an angle. The angle can now be, it's not only like up, down, left, right. It's more like now you have an angle that you can work with. I guess you could have an angle in 1D as well that you just set, but that's not really how I've done this right now. So maybe we'll have a separate state for flying. That might be like a logical solution to this. I'll just start there. I'll make a flying thing, also AI flying state. And so the direction now is not this, it's gonna be just a float number. And the speed, I guess, is like determined by something else. We could just have direction here. And at, sure, fine. And I guess some monsters could have a more intricate thing where, sure, you're flying in a direction, however, you're also altering. You're also like you're flying in a sort of like in a pattern in the sky. Let's say, you know, Castlevania, like Medusa heads. They're flying in like a sine wave motion. But we're just gonna have this here for now. So yeah, now we can fly. So actually, I guess we could have like a flying flag that's like, yeah, the monster is flying or something. We could also have like a special handling for hunting the player, for like setting how to hunt for the player. So we could have a if here, if is hunting player, and then we can check if has declaration type of monster AI dot type this one. So we have to do like an inline else. Like handle hunt player or something like that. Wait. Yeah, sure. Okay, we'll return a bool if it had a way to handle it. So, well, handle hunt player. There we go. You could also generalize this if you want, but it's not really that big of a deal. We don't really need to do it. Okay, so let's see. Now we can go back. Now we can say if monster AI handle hunt player. If we're handling that, so if we're not handling it, we are doing the default thing. There we go. Okay, so now we have a new state, new monster state that is flying. Hello, new house. How's it going? Welcome. Sorry, I was engrossed in the development here. Let's see, we have a new state, so it's gonna be the flying state here. I mean, it's very similar to this, I guess. Yeah, let's add it here. Update idle walk fly. So let's see. Yeah, we're doing all this. We want to check here if we're idle. we're doing something there. If we're walking, we're doing something there. Let's copy this and say fly here as well. If we're ending fly, yeah, we're doing this, I think. And actually, you know what? This one should be if we don't have a special case, we can do set. Wait, where is it? Set walk to player. There's a system. Okay, let's move this to the system instead. So this would be like monster AI. If monster AI, if we handle that, well, if we don't handle it, we will do set walks towards player, and then we need all this crap. So let's just pass that in here. Monster AI, create party, and time. All right, so we don't have to like copy that everywhere. Like here, for example. And this is like, we should copy this as well, because this is like, it's like exiting as the state of one of the sort of idle states, like non-aggroing states. So let's do that. Let's do exit non-aggro state. I don't really know what to call it. And this is not a bool, it's a void. Well, no, it's a void. Yeah. And yeah, this is what we want to do. We want the monster AI. We want the entity, we want everything here basically. Player body, timestamp. Alright. And then we're just, you know, if we're hunting the player. Well, it's not really exiting non-aggro state, it's more like, what you want to call it. Well, it's more like setting to the idle state. However, we also check for hunting, for aggro. Set idle and check aggro, I guess we could call it. It's really hard to name it. And here we're doing basically this, handle hunt player. Okay. So here we should call check, like set idle check aggro. And we don't need to do you. However, we could. Why does it go? Okay. Oh no. There we go. Oh man. Man, I'm just trying to do. Okay, so let's see. We'll do this. Okay. Then we're doing this. Set idle and check aggro. No. T and then that. Alright. What? Why is it only doing that? Okay. Well, let's just do this. Okay, there we go. Right, so let's check the walk thing. If okay, so else we need to if we're here we need to handle flying. Okay, there we go. No field or member function name handle hunt player. Right, so this is also set idle. This. Here we also have it. Why wasn't that found? Okay, there we go. Right, so the only thing we need to do now is handle the flying. We don't have any more compiler errors. That is curious. I mean, if we run this now, theoretically, it should mean that it's the thing is just going to be up in the sky. Actually, I never actually implemented the thing. So if I... Okay, I think what's happening, if I go close enough, it's going to trigger an attack. And once the attack is done, it's going to set... Because it's aggroing me, it's going to set the state to attack. Or I mean, walking towards player. So about after 1 second after it's like aggroed me, it's crashing. So what we need to do is we need to go here, and we need to implement handle hunt player. In this thing. Which is just called, and then that's that. Or it can return a bool, I guess. So return, I'm just gonna say return true here because we want to cancel the original, the default behavior. Hunt players, basically we're just gonna set our state. Okay, so let's copy this. So first we got a cell, then we got the AI, which is what's AI, then we get T. Yes. Well, well, actually, it's gonna be like S. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, well, here it's just setting idle. Do we wanna? Well, we probably wanna also pass the player body as well. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we're set the state to fly, and let's just say, I don't know, 2 seconds or something, and the direction, which should be here. Why is this not working now all of a sudden? Well, let's just set it to 1 or something. I don't know. Unused. Okay. Do you work now? There we go. So the direction needs to be direction to player, and we need, I mean, should we just get the registry, or let's add a monster body as well, yes. Do you exist? No? You do now. Alright, let's just get this over here. Okay, set item. Yeah, you also need. Alright. Now hopefully there won't be any pointer invalidation happening here. There's no spawning happening, so yeah. But it could be in the future. But I think to mitigate that, I think I'm gonna just initialize the register with the capacity for the entities. Because it's just a list of pointers, I think. Well, not really pointers, but it's like a... Oh yeah, here we don't have that either. But we do have registers, so we can get it. Oh, we're actually sending register in here, so we can just get the monster body from here. Okay, whatever. I've already done it, so... Right, so now we should get the monster body from here. There we go. So now we can say distance is there a direction angle? Don't we have... Okay, so apparently I don't have a thing for getting the angle from one vector to another vector. I'm pretty sure I had that. Let's see here again. XY to thing. All right. Okay, so let's add that. So vector stuff. Yeah. So let's, what do we want to call it? Like angle 2? Sure. From this to this. And now these are positions in a sense. So they are positions. We want the angle from one position to the other position. So couldn't you basically, you could take, could you take the, you want the, okay, let's, if you draw a vector from one to the other, and then you basically just take the angle of that, that's your, yeah. So it's gonna be like B minus A, and then the angle of that. Okay. So we return a scalar here, and it's, so the delta is U minus V, and now we just need the angle of delta, which is like cosine and wait, isn't it just wait, I'm confusing myself. There was some time ago before when I did this. Wait, so we should have like from angle, or because that's just cosine of the angle times the magnitude, and the other way around is no, I have x and y, that's what I have. So is it a tan? A tan? Okay, I think it's this one. Like this, yeah. Returns to arc tangent. So yeah, I'm not gonna decipher this table here, but I'm pretty sure this takes x and y and gives you the angle of the vector. Okay. So basically what we're doing is we have two positions, V and U. And if you want the angle from one to the other, let's say you want from V to U, then you take U minus V, because that's the vector that goes from V to U. And then you take the angle from that, and that's the angle you want to use to get from V to U. Okay. And I know it's probably hard to visualize when I'm just talking about it, but I'm just gonna try this and see if it works. So angle 2, I guess angle between is what I've seen it be before, but we want from the monster body center and to the player body center. That is the direction to player. There we go. All right. Okay, so now we're actually set. Now we're actually, instead of walking somewhere, it's gonna set the state to be flying towards the player instead. However, we haven't actually implemented the handle, the flying handler, so nothing's gonna happen. But at least it's just gonna be, you know, not crash. No, wait. Vector is not able to what? Yes, it does. Oh, no, it is public. Oh, it's part of the engine. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll end it. Vector. Yeah, I need. Wait. There. I mean, I need to like push and then update and then okay, I won't do this. Okay, there we go. Oh, did I have the old thing? Okay, let's do this. Okay, be very careful now. There we go. All right. So that's updated, and then we do a sig fetch. Wait, I want to check what it's called. Right, it's this one. Save. Okay, there we go. Go back. Now it's a different thing now. Now it should exist some. No. Yeah, it has been updated here, so let's restart LSP and see if it works. Okay, there we go. Now it works. All right. Let's try and launch the game. Okay, there we go. It's not crashing. Oh, it's like the other way around. Okay. Well, we can see it's trying to follow me, but it's like the other way around. Okay, I forgot that. I think all the graphics are like everything is facing to the left. Let me just double check. If we open the editor. Wait, no, this is. Let's open up, I don't know, this guy. Yeah, this is facing to the left, so it's the wrong way. I'm just gonna flip this around here. Like that. I guess we could. Okay, let's do. Oh, I missed this one. We could do them column by column, I think, like this, since it's just the X that changes. There we go. Okay. Now let's go back here. And there you can see now it's trying to attack me here. Oh, okay. So we have some more stuff that's missing. So I'm guessing it's like hurt. What is the error actually? Yeah, get animation, that's right. So we're trying to get hurt. Yeah, spawn like hurt particles or whatever it's called. Oh, you didn't see anything. Let's open up you. So we have hit particles, that's right. Well, let's add. Should probably have like, you know, a sanity check, but at least let's just do 64. Yo, Phoenix, what's up? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that's it, particles. Oops. Whoa. Okay. Is that your engine? Yes. I'm using Raylib to draw and play sounds and stuff. But I've made like a physics engine and well, I'm also using Zig ECS library for like storing entities and components. But I also made like an editor as well to help me build a game as well. And we're currently implementing a new monster here. I can see it's like it's my first flying monster, so it's floating in the air here, and then I hit it and it flies away because there's like a knockback. Okay, and we don't have I guess there's no friction as well. Are you a game dev or what's up? So monster. Let's see. Alright, let's go here. So what should happen here? So basically this is the walking stuff. And we want to basically have almost the same stuff here, except well, let's see what we'll do here. So these things, like, this shouldn't do anything. Okay, so basically, like, right, so we have speed. Wait. Speed, walk speed. Okay, okay. So we don't have walk speed. We have like fly speed, I guess. Right. So if we're flying, then we can just grab the fly speed. So let's do that. Mostly type. Okay, we'll do switch. Well, actually, you can just do this. Oh. Right. So this would be the fly direction. Yeah. All right. And wait, no. No, I'm not gonna change the direction. I guess we could have like a from radiance. I've been dabbling in web for a while, but it's really made my brain develop less. So for half a year now, I've been going really deep into systems level stuff and handmade type stuff. Really enjoy using Odin. Okay, cool. So you don't like web, or I mean, sometimes it can feel like you're was web the way you wanted to go, or do you want to go more like game dev or systems programming? Or because sometimes it can feel like, yeah, learning, you can learn to program in a lot of different ways, but of course I think that the more you learn about different types of programming, you get more tools to your repertoire as well. So I don't see anything bad of that, but it can also feel unproductive if you're doing something that is like totally opposite of what you want to do. Okay, let's do from gradients, and we get a direction gradients, and we say like if, okay, so basically we have to, so we take the cosine, which is the x part, and if it's positive or 0, it's gonna be, it's like rounding. If it's positive or 0, we will, if this is more than 0 or equal to 0, we will do to the right, otherwise left. So from gradients, fly speed. Okay. So actually, this is not, well, can I remember names? Are we missing anything? What? I know it's a type of, that's right, type of. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we could just trigger the spawn. Okay, it's triggered now. I've got an apprenticeship for writing PHP. We have my high school programmer was the company which doing really well, but I realized the whole year I spent diving into 5+ JS frameworks and learning all the trendy little libraries. I mean, yeah. I feel you. Well, it is well spent if you're gonna do anything with JavaScript. I mean, you are learning like a lot from that. You know, it's not like wasted totally. I don't feel like. But if you really feel that way, that maybe web development is not for you, or I mean, that is sort of also the harsh reality of web development right now. It's like, I mean, okay, it has stabilized a little bit, I would say. Like, it was worse a couple of years ago. It's still, there are still new things coming out, like, make no mistake, but if you learn React, if you learn well, yeah, React is very popular, but then you have all these sub libraries, or you know, that those are changing, like animation stuff and routing. You know, you have Next.js, and you have well, a whole bunch of different things there as well. So yeah, it is a lot, and every workplace has like a different setup. So it's like anywhere you're gonna work, you're gonna have to learn their setup, and it's gonna be different from like everything else, basically. Don't consider it wasted, but afraid it will turn into more trivia than problem solving. I mean, yeah, I think that most of the problems, or I mean, most of the time spent, I would say, building something, and when it grows and grows, it's more, the problem is not actually solving like an interesting sort of programming problem. It's more gonna be, how do you organize the code? How do you make it more readable? And how do you work together in a good way? Those are sort of the problems that you're gonna face when working with web development in a company. So yeah, I feel like most of the time is spent like trying to have a good organization of the code, and yeah, trying to figure out, okay, where do I put this, and what do we need to do with this, like, yeah. Because it's like, yeah, let's say someone poses a problem, like, we need to have this requirement done, okay, but you have like, okay, you can almost like, sometimes you almost immediately come up with an answer to the problem in your head and how to solve it, but then there's like the question, okay, but how do we solve it in a good way, and how do we fit it into the already existing project? That becomes more of the problem that you're solving, and that is different in each like place that you work with. So yeah, and even if they say like, we're following this pattern or whatever, it's never gonna be the same as any other company that you're working with. Wait, so why is the thing not moving is the question. I don't feel like organizing by putting everything into objects is a great way to do it. Well, do you mean that you don't do it, or? So what I mean more like, well, well, for example, you could have a lot of patterns, and you have to basically, if you don't follow the organization that your company has, then other developers are gonna get angry at you. So it's like you basically have to follow the convention of wherever you're gonna work. So, and it could be things like the file structure, or the like where, let's say you wanna make a new class or something or whatever. Where do you put it? How do you name it? Like how do they handle like separation of concerns? Like maybe you have an idea of what you want to do, but then you have to fit it into this project that you're working with. Yeah, I mean, it's horrible idea to break conventions. Yeah, but I see it all the time happening, like because of different reasons. Because maybe someone didn't see the pattern, or maybe someone is new, still learning the project and how it works. Maybe someone is just rushed, and then the code stays there, and the next time someone is gonna implement something and sees, oh, here's like an inconsistency in the pattern, so which one will I choose? And maybe, maybe the developers decided to change from one pattern to another, so, but usually when they do that, you don't like go through and change the pattern all at once. You will say, okay, but let's to keep the velocity going, like to keep the development speed going, they will say, okay, let's only do it for new things. So, but let's say you have someone new come in and who doesn't know this, and usually they don't get briefed on it because it's like one of the things that gets lost in the details and stuff. And so now they are wondering, okay, how do I do this? Because we have all this code here in one pattern, and then we have another place where's the another pattern, and then you get to the next step, whereas okay, it's been so long that now a new pattern will come in, and so you have 3 patterns at the same time, or yeah. So it's like sometimes it's also like impossible to understand how you're gonna do a thing, and I guess, well, I don't know. Well, if there's consistency, don't break it. Well, the point is that I'm trying to make is sometimes it happens because of like natural reasons. Like it's not like you're doing it on purpose. It's like it just happens because you're forced to, or the developers decide that we're gonna change the pattern, but we're not gonna replace everything at the same time. We're gonna only replace, like, use the new pattern with new stuff, and then all of a sudden you have old code with the old pattern and new code with a new pattern, and then you're stuck there with 2 patterns, and then you're maybe change the pattern again and again, and there you're stuck with layers and layers of, like in very old projects, you're gonna be stuck with layers and layers of different patterns because no one wanna touch the old code because it works, and you don't wanna like spend the time to refactor it for almost nothing, because maybe you're gonna change the pattern again, so I mean, it doesn't even have to be that large of a code base to be cumbersome and to be confusing. It's just the only thing it requires is basically having multiple things for doing the same thing. You're gonna be super confused if you're a new person coming in, and you're gonna have like a million questions about the day of the code base, and it's just gonna be a headache to keep all these things in your head. It's just a mess, and sometimes it's like unavoidable. It's not really analysis paralysis. It's more like it just organically happens. Like it's a project that actually grows, and then it just happens over time. It's like evolution, or I don't know, a tumor or something. It's because, well, analysis paralysis, I think it's more like when you can't decide on how you want it to be. But here's more of the problem, that people decide that they want to be one way, but then they change their minds later, like it could be several years later. Well, now we want this pattern again. Yeah, but it happens. It's like, okay, it's like analysis paralysis, but it happens over like a long time. Things are actually happening, but yeah. And that's because, you know, there is no one pattern that is like, yeah, this is the best pattern, so we should use it. It's because it is an evolving thing. It's like it is a natural thing that you're finding these new ways of doing things, and then it simply becomes a thing where, okay, we need to upgrade to this new thing. I mean, you could also say that, okay, let's not actually update the pattern because it's just going to be a hassle. Let's keep it the same, but then the next project or whatever, then we can update. You can do it like that as well. But it's like it's a problem that you can't really get away from. Is my point as well. It's like you can. It's gonna happen unless you rewrite the whole thing, but that's gonna be too much of a cost, and no one's gonna agree to that. And when they do, it's usually like, yeah, it's bad. Entropy, yeah. But why is my flying monster not flying? Except when I hit it. Is my question. So does this should happen like every frame? Yes, so this should happen every frame. So the speed should be a thing. Are we setting the thing to fly? Yes, we're doing it here. Oh, and at 2. I'm stupid. I have to include the timestamp here. Okay, there we go. There we go. Also, I would say that, I mean, PHP. Whoa, there we go. Oh, that's an interesting physics. Okay, it just disappeared. What I would say about PHP. Whoa, what happened? Oh, now we got the death animation. Okay, death animation. So let's just make it like reverse of the spawn animation, I guess. Yeah, what I would say about PHP is like it's not my favorite language to work with, unfortunately. But here it's getting a better let's see. Will it actually, like, why does it? Is it because it's frictionless? Probably. Yeah, I did PHP like what was it, like 10 years ago or something. Yeah, 10 years ago I did a little bit of PHP. I was mostly front end, but I did some stuff in the back end as well. So that was PHP. But it's like I just can't deal. It's like when I see the $sign, it just feels like a scripting. I mean, it is a scripting language, but it just I don't know. It just feels bad. I know it's like a pet peeve, but I don't know. Well, I would never use it for like game programming. I mean, you could technically, but I think this language is more fun. I don't know. I think PHP would be a nice. It's a nice tool if you want to build a website. I mean, of course, it's built for that. So, of course, you know. Well, I guess how would you make a game with it? I guess technically you could. I mean, you're returning like HTML and JavaScript, and you can make a game in that. So. Yeah. So okay. So the friction. It might be the friction that is the problem here. Do we have like apply friction or something? Friction. Where's the friction? Update friction. But it's like it comes to the point where it's like, why I don't have a reason to check it out. It's like it feels like there's other languages that I could use. I don't know. I don't want to hate on it for people that actually like and use it. It's like it's up to you. Me personally, I've never liked it. I hear it's gotten better. But I don't know. I just don't have a reason to check it out right now. Maybe in the future. If I wanna like build a website super quick, but then I can just use whatever I'm familiar with, which is sort of Node and TypeScript. Or Zig, maybe. I don't love PHP, but has removed a lot of the bullshit in the past years, it seems. For web stuff, I would personally just pick, yeah, JavaScript, TypeScript, yeah. I mean, in the end, I think you're gonna be most efficient in what you're most familiar with. But then there's no harm in like learning new things. I just don't see what PHP is gonna add to my sort of repertoire right now. Because it's just, well, I've used it before and I know it doesn't really introduce new concepts to me. And I don't know, I'm learning Zig now because it has this comp time stuff and it has a lot of things that I've not seen in other languages that I've used. So that's why I think it's like fun to explore and also a sort of entryway into starting to make games as well. So for me, it's like both learning the program language, which I really enjoy learning programming languages, and also building a game, which I've dreamt about since I was like, I don't know, 9 years old or something. Which is a long time ago. Okay. Okay, so here we do friction, and we are doing some stuff. So we're getting the acceleration and we're checking if we are accelerating. If we are accelerating and we're moving, well, if we're not accelerating and we're moving really slow, we're using one type of thing. Otherwise, we are either accelerating or moving. Wait. Or not moving slow. So we're either accelerating or moving fast. Then we are slowing down like this. And here we are saying we're setting the velocity. Okay, so here we are sort of, wait, we're setting velocity to the velocity times unit y. Wait, are we stopping? Okay, so we're just stopping, I think. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think. Yeah, we're zeroing out. Yeah, we're basically just zeroing out the x velocity. And otherwise we are applying some sort of friction here. Okay. I somehow learned 10 languages from when I started taking programming seriously 2 years ago. Okay, yeah, then you're busy with that. Or have been very busy, at least. Odin is my favorite language by far right now. Okay, yeah, I've yet to try it. It's like, it feels like Odin is like, okay, I had a fork in the road. Where do I choose to do? Like when I started to think about, okay, I want to make a game here. So I started to think about, okay, do I want to go with Odin or Zig? It was like two sides of the same coin for me. It's like I can still go in and learn Odin, you know, but and it feels like there's a lot of overlap, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like I've chosen Zig right now, and I might check out Odin in the future, but I feel like I wanna like really dive down into Zig and deal with that. Odin feels like Go, but it has a lot of similarities to Zig. Yeah. I mean, isn't it? It is manual memory management, right? So there's no garbage collector. Or because Go has a garbage collector, right? Yeah, it's a better C. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sig is almost the same but it does have its own like quirky syntax and some features that I feel is really cool. And also the comp time stuff. A better macro system, I guess you could call it. Right, the feel is Golang. Okay. Well, I haven't really used Golang that much, so I can't really speak too much about it. I've tried it a little bit, but I haven't really dived into that. Because I heard it was like, yeah, if you learn it, you can be super productive building servers and stuff. So that's why I wanted to see if I could learn it. Because I like the idea of having, you know, very like domain specific languages that is like supposed to be very good for one specific thing, because then it's like you can increase development speed for that specific thing. But it's also nice to learn, you know, a lot of general programming tools that you can use in all programming languages, basically. It's like C, but removing all the friction. Okay. Sig adds a little friction to make dumb stuff harder. Odin makes good stuff easier. Okay. Do you have like an example? That would be interesting to know like what the differences are. Because now I've used Sig for a while, and yeah, sure, there's some things that I feel like could be better, of course. I really do like some stuff like tag unions and yeah, I've talked a little bit about it, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's nice. And sometimes I feel like a Sig has like this almost two phase to it. Like sometimes it feels like you're very safe when doing stuff, but other times it's like you get these memory errors and stuff, and you're like, oh my god, it just you're spending a lot of time trying to hunt down bugs. But then you realize also that, oh, I should have realized this, but it sort of gives you, it does give you a way to shoot yourself in the foot in a lot of ways, but it also if you do things in a certain way, it also feels very safe to use. Odin Land creator talks a little bit about that. Okay, I'll check it out. Not now, but let's see. But then again, Odin is, I believe, is like complete, so I think they are not gonna really do much to it. Well, from what I've heard. While Zig, on the other hand, is still in its sort of almost infancy right now. Or it's a child that's growing up, so it's like there's still a lot of things that can happen to it. And I feel like that's also like its potential. It's like trying new things while still having the potential to be like what do whatever you want with it, like. So I think that's cool. Hopefully it will get even better, you know. Okay, so what we want to do here, do we just want to copy this or make this sort of apply friction per entity or something like that? Because this is like, should be happening every time, right? Right, we're not applying it because it's static. I see. I see. Hello, sorry, I can't say your name. I'm on WSL, which is like Linux on Windows. They've been they have been developed for around the same length. Odin is pretty happy with the design, so it tries to avoid changes. It's not okay. I thought I heard I was like oh, maybe I misheard that. It was like pretty much complete. Sig, on the other hand, is not complete. That was my point. My point is that Sig is still, you know, it still has a long ways to go before it's complete. So a lot of changes could still happen to it. That's my point. Never seen someone pronounce the name so well. Okay. I'm not confident that I got it right, but thank you. Odin is pretty much complete, yeah. So okay, what if we add, let's just add always friction or something. I'm just gonna do an experiment here. Okay, and then if we have always friction, well, if we don't have always friction, and none of this is true, then we continue. Okay, and then we go to our thing, and we say registry add entity, and we need C. Wait. Where is this? In components. Always friction. All right. I don't think there's a right way. Okay. So it's not like a different language or something, or that don't know. It's just that it's just you just press the keys on the keyboard. Okay, so now it's got friction, but maybe something is wrong with the angle. Why is it only going like up and down? Oh, because of the friction only resets up. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's change this to be like, I don't know, flying. So okay. Well, now actually, if we're flying, so actually we do this now. We do, if we're not, well, if we're flying, if we're not flying and we're static, or if we have the no friction. Okay. The game is looking good. Thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah, I'm trying to add more content right now. I've been developing a lot with my like editor to actually to like build the game, but now I'm adding more stuff. So now we're adding like a flying monster here, fixing friction and stuff. Do you really need ECS? I've heard a lot of hardcore game dev people don't use engines, tell you not to use it. I mean, it's not really necessary. I feel like this library that I'm using is a really nice way of, I mean, it's a nice way of storing the entities and the data that they need, And I mean, sometimes it's nice to like here, for example, we're basically how do you say it? Generalizing the logic around some of the stuff. So here, for example, we want to update friction. We are looking for everything. Whoops. Everything that has any kind of physical body in the physics simulation, which is this component here. So we're just looking for these. We don't really care about what type of monster it is, what type of, if it's the player, if it's an NPC, or if it's an item or anything. So it's a nice way of like only looking at the things you need, which I like with it. But you can do it in other ways, you know, of course. And there's no, from my perspective, there's no real right or wrong. It's like, use the thing that you feel comfortable with and that you think works, and it should work, you know. If it works, it works. And if you can be productive enough with something, then it works fine. So it's like, I don't see a reason to hate on one specific pattern or something like that. But you can, I mean, that is also important to like, okay, what kind of sort of pitfalls could you run into? What like things like that is good to know and learn as well, so you can avoid that. But I don't think it's like, I mean, yeah, I don't think I need to use it, but it's I just, to me, it just feels like a perfectly fine thing to do and to use here. I'm a bit traumatized from Gamedev. Tried Vulkan and C, now I'm regretting my choice of career. Okay, have you been doing it a lot, or? Yeah, Vulkan, I mean, I've never tried it, but I've heard that it's a lot. And for me, it's like, yeah, I do want control, and I do, because that's why I'm using Zig and building my own engine and stuff. But I'm gonna cut off somewhere, you know. So I'm using Raylib and Zig ECS. So that's where I'm not gonna be crazy, you know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're delving into that and think it's fun, then, you know, I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, people use. I mean, there. It seems like people want to have this discussion where, you know, this is the right way, this is the right way, or, you know. But I just feel like it's pointless almost to have that discussion, because it's like, you explore what you want to explore, and if that works for you, then why should anyone tell you that that's wrong, you know? If you, yeah, so I mean, and now this comes from like a place of passion for me. Like I'm passionate about programming. That's what my hobby, what I like to do. And so when I do this, it's like not only for creating something that could be like a product or something. It's also like a fun thing for me, and exploration into the world of programming as well. As long as it's not Python. Well, I mean, tell that to the AI people. Yeah, I know that you're kidding, but some people don't. The reason they have realized the game maybe didn't need a relational database to store things. I mean, sure. If you realize it, then. But then you, yeah. So, but then you've learned something. So it's like, it's not wrong. To me, it's not wrong. It's just, you learn from your mistakes, and you can. build something else the next time in another way, and you try something else. I've done it like I try to start projects like a million times, and each time you learn something new and you learn what not to do, and so you can do the right thing later. But it's not wrong to do that. It's a learning process. You have to that's for everything, not just programming, you know. And so even sometimes like you know, you have bosses that think that bugs are a sign of like bad programming, or that you don't care enough, or something like that, or you know. But the truth is, like, everything has bugs. It's like every program has bugs. You can't get away from bugs. It's like it's a natural thing of, but the whole point is that it's like that you it's like yeah, no program can be perfect. That's the whole point. And yeah, you just have to deal with the issues when they arise. How long have you been programming? It's hard to say. I mean, I've been programming professionally for 10 years. But then before that, I was also self-taught, but I didn't like build projects. But I have, my interest started like 30 years ago, when I was like 9 years old. But then I've like slowly learned over the years, and then I went to what you call it, university, and then I started working professionally 10 years ago. But it's always been like it was always like a hobby and a fun thing to do. Yeah, so let's say here. Okay, so here we can say if we're flying. Well, here's like only X. The issue here is these things. I'm just gonna naively approach this right now. So let's say is flying is this part right here. Come on. Yeah, and then else there. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Well, this is 1, I guess. Yeah, so this is like stopping immediately. And then I guess we can remove this. This one would be scalar. Okay, let's try that. If we're flying, we're using a different thing. Now what's the issue? Root, source, file strength. Oh. All right, have a good one. Thanks for watching and chatting with me. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So now, okay, yeah. Okay, that was the issue. Like, there's like a one. I think I set it to 1 second update when flying. So it's like if you're in one direction, it's gonna start moving towards that direction and then never stop for 1 second. Okay, nice. That actually feels pretty good, destroying that thing. Okay, so let's just complete this little monster here, and then we'll call it here. I need to go in like an hour or something. Actually, my brain is starting to get fried here, so okay, let's see. Let's yeah, so the friction is nice now. Now let's what are we doing here? Okay, so I think yeah, we need to fix the attack, the charge attack thing. And do I want to lower the follow thing? Yeah, I think so. So it's like the idle state is fine, or is it fine? That's the question. Well, here we say like 2. Let's do like, I don't know, 0.2. It's just it increases the frequency at which the monster will like change direction to hunt you down. So now you see that it's more accurately following me around here. Oh, it's stopping in what? Oh, it just looked like it stopped with a solid block there, but it didn't. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, cool. So that works. Now we need to fix the attack. So we have a charge attack here, and let's do like charge attack speed. Let's do like fly speed times 3. Should we include that in here, or just assume we have it? How long have you been developing the game? I think I started somewhere in November, something like that. Maybe a couple of months earlier. But I'm basically working on it on my spare time and stuff. But because I do have a web development job. So, but I'm slow and steady wins the race, as I say here. So as long as I keep working on it, it's gonna progress and hopefully get finished. It's not a promise, but I do want to at least complete a demo, you know. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I've been following that a little bit, but yeah. We'll see what happens, you know. Anything can happen. Let's see, what the hell was I thinking about? Yeah, it's here. Monster thing. Charge attack. Wait, no. Yeah, okay. But then it's like update attack or something. Yeah. Okay, and we have a generic update attack and stuff. I think we need a case for this here. should end attack. I mean, it's either we need a special case for handling the attack. Is this is called a reframe, right? I think so. Yeah. Because we want to keep up the speed. It's like a, it's, well, if we look at, for example, the jump attack, where is that? Where's the, oh, but that just sets it one time, I think, and then disables the friction. That's right. Maybe we should disable the friction, actually. Actually, yeah. Where should attack, if this returns true or a attack type, it's used here, and then we execute the attack, right? We execute the attack. Right, here we are, here we are. I forgot about how this whole thing was set up. So here we are, charge attack, that's right. And then we also, we have a direction, that is the sort of sprite direction. Let's get the thing, oh, we already have it. We'll do this. Wait, do we have player body? Yes. Okay, let's do that. No, we're not setting the state. Wait. Fly. We're doing this. So we're not setting the state. We are moving towards the player like this. Yeah. So the speed. Well, the speed is just fly speed, so we don't need to do that. Actually, it's not fly speed, it's charge attack speed. Okay. Fly force. It should really be like we're just setting the velocity here, because we don't want this to be affected by something else. So actually, we just set the velocity to this, and then direction. Is that? Except we already did it here, so. Okay, I think that should be enough. Direction. Oh, it's direction to player. That's right. Oh yeah, and also one last thing is we wanna add. Wait, we don't have that. Oh man. Well, we should definitely add the register here. But now we have a couple of places where we need to fix. Well, actually, no. It's just this. Oh yeah, we already had it for other places. Okay, that's fine. So with the register, we can now we can add a new component to our monster. Oh, we need an entity as well, so here. Right, add to monster. We want to add a no friction. Right. But then we need to remove, whoops, we need to remove it as well. So at the end of the attack, so let's go here and we have should end attack. That is not what we do. We do end attack. That should, so let's add one here. And we need registry entity. We don't really need anything else. Remove. Okay. Whoops. What does that mean? 2A? Oh no. There we go. Accidentally created a new file. Sometimes you have to be really careful about the key presses. And I do have sometimes my fingers hit, well, very often they hit the wrong key, so. Okay, here we go. So, what are you complaining about? Oh. Oh, this is like, this is unnecessary. There we go. Oh yeah, but actually we do want to end, we do want the, like this part happening. So this should actually return false, I think, yeah. So this should be bool and we return false. Because false means it's gonna fall through to the default handler of ending the attack, which, yeah, sets it to idle or whatever. Com time value, what? Oh. Alright, so this is different. So we'll do this and then entity. There we go. So you just supply the type. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Well, that makes sense. Alright. And you do not, well, what the hell's going on here? I was like monster AS first. Sure. Alright. There we go. Did we make it work? I don't know. We just fixed a bunch of compiler errors. Oh, holy crap. Where did it go? So the interesting thing now, it's like idle, so it stands still until I approach it, in which case it like warp speeds out of there, I think. Cool? Question mark? Oh, I see. We don't now. Okay, so before we had apply force here, or this one, apply force, which takes mass into account, so it like divides by mass. However, we also negated that by timesing this by we scaled this by mass. But now we actually remove we actually use set velocity directly, which doesn't take mass into account. So we basically it was a lot because the mass is like it's a lot here. Okay, let's see now. Oh, okay, maybe it's a bit fast. Let's try. I mean, let's just try one and see what that does. It should just be, you know, very slow, but no, it's not. Interesting. Oh, is it because of the friction? I see. Oh, okay, it went back as well. So let's do like, I mean, this maybe? There we go. And then it's like, now it's going on a hunt. And when you get close, it like speeds up after you're there. Wow, so if you hit it while it's charging, maybe it should end the attack instead then. Okay, so this is another case. So we'll do this last part. I'm not gonna sit here and super balance this monster, but what I do want to add is the should end attack handler. Should end attack. So yeah, we'll have a handler for that. Now, what do we need for that? So, actually, well, yeah. So we do need something here. So what we need is basically, if we get hit. So how do we check that? Do we even use this state anymore? I guess we... No, I don't think we are here. Yeah, if we are pending now, usually we used to set the hurt state, but we don't do that anymore because we don't. And so what we do instead now, so hurt states basically it doesn't exist. But what can we do instead? Right, we even had like animation, but now we don't. Can aggro is something true, okay. Spawning, stunned. Right, so if we're spawning, if it's spawning, I guess it's not backable. I guess we could have a thing that is like cancel attack if hit. It is probably gonna be a very common pattern, maybe. or maybe not. Cancel attack if hit is false. And yeah, so we'll check if we are, wait, if the state is attack, then we do the thing, set, we do this. There, okay. Yeah, and now I need all this crap here. Entity, do we have entity here actually? Yes, we do. Wait, why does it say unknown? Alright, because the LSP doesn't work. Monster AI is called state component here. Monster body we don't have, so we need it. Player. Wait. Do we have player? Yes, we do. Okay, cool. And T we have, so great. There we go. So. Wait, incompatible types, turn, right? Wait, end attack reason. No, so let's remove it. Let's remove that. Yeah, because we don't need it now. Okay, and right. So now we have to. Now we can go here and we can go to our initialization part, and we can say something. Here's in monster. So we'll take the AI thing and we will say cancel is true. There we go. Okay, now when it is charging, it should cancel the attack, hopefully. Or crash. Okay. Reach unreachable code. Wait. Wait, oh, so we should also call end attack here. Also, there's another problem here, because when we cancel the attack, since there's no like stunned state or something in between, it's gonna like immediately attack once this code runs. So it's basically canceling the attack, but then since we are in aggro range and the state is now set to something where from the monster could attack, like idle, flying or whatever, then since the player is in aggro range, then it's immediately gonna attack the next frame. So, and it seems here we're crashing because we're adding no friction, which we already added from before. So we didn't properly handle should end attack here, or I mean ending the attack. So I think first we want to end attack. Where is this called? Here. End attack. Right, those are like special handlers. Well, let's just call end attack. Attack state. Oh yeah. Reason. So the reason is something else now. The reason is like it. Okay. All right. And then oh, what the hell is this? I'm in the wrong spot. Hit. Do you use NeoVim or Vim? I use NeoVim. I used to use Vim some time ago. But then I changed to NeoVim. And I feel like it's I won't say better because then people get mad, but I don't know. I think Vim still gets updates actually, but it feels like NeoVim has more like modern updates or stuff. And other, well, I think the major thing is like other like live or plugins. Well, I really like the LSP stuff. That's really nice. And I know Vim has, I was using ALE, which worked pretty good as well. Hit. What are you using? Do you think which is the best one for you? Hit. Where did I go? Here. Yeah. Okay. Hit and then T. That's right. So we're just doing that. Mostly NeoVim, but also some Z when I don't want a headache. Z. Okay. I don't think I've actually heard about that. Hello, coward. How's it going? Welcome. Is that the correct way to pronounce your name? Sorry. Oops. I have to go in like half an hour or something, but you're welcome to stay. I'm just gonna fix this last thing with this new enemy here. Oh yeah, so we need to do this again. Attack is I wish you could, like when you do a match like this, I wish you could capture the attack, but you can't. This would be such a nice, because the alternative is to switch on it and then get attack like this, and you get capture here. So you could do that, but it's like one extra. It's like it just feels, and then you have to have an else here as well. I don't know. It just, I would like to have this pattern here, because now, but now I can. I mean, I could also. You could also do this attack. So now you have that. All right. So do you like Metroidvanias? Okay, let's see. No? Okay, but I think it looks like it doesn't really work, but it does. I think it does work, because it's immediately attacking again. So that is the issue, and what I want to do is basically set it to be stunned. So I'm gonna check to see how this works for the other stuff. Now this one is right. Stun. Oh yeah, so but that's not, that's just canceling the stun if you're hit. When you saw Metroidvania, you just had to click. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a really fun genre. This game looks interesting. Okay, nice. Reminds me of Zelda 2. Yeah, that's good. That's I love that game. Actually, I tried to do like a clone of that game, but then I saw that all of a sudden like 1 million people seemed to do the same thing, which was a clone of Zelda 2. But I did it in Unreal Engine. That doesn't mean that it's like amazing graphics or anything. It was just like a straight up 101 clone. But I did add like normals to the textures and tried a little bit with the lighting and stuff to get some lighting effects. But it was actually pretty fun. Where do I want to go here? Let's see. This is the handler from frame to frame. So I don't care about this really. It's just, yeah, the stun, that's gonna end anyway, and we do this. That's fine. Now, but it's just setting it to be stunned. I think that's it. We just set it to be stunned, and then it's like setting the animation. Don't really need to do that. Okay, so I think handle, let's go handle state change. Yeah, we're not really doing anything with stun here. So I think we can just set it to be stunned when it's hit. We could add that as a thing here as well. Like where is it here? Stunned if hit. Maybe that's, yeah, stunned if hit. So we're doing all this, and here we're checking then if stand if hit, then then we do this. My favorite thing about Zig, I mean, I feel like the tagged unions are pretty good. I don't know if that's like a super hot feature, but it's just a nice. Even though I just complain about this here, but it is really nice to, like for this example where I I have a bunch of different types of monsters, and I add a new monster, and then I see like, okay, this is where you have to add all the handlers and stuff for this monster. So that was actually really nice. And I also like the sort of the potential of the language. Like it's very new. I hope that it will get like a lot better as well. It is very good right now, but we'll see what it will bring us. Stand if hit. How long will it get hit? I'm just gonna have a standard thing here. 1 second or something. Otherwise, we'll do this. Are you using Zig as well? Okay, we don't need. I guess if, okay. I guess we can do this if actually let's do else here, else if you're interested? It's not that hard to get started. It's I really like the, I mean, especially if you compare it to like C or something. You basically, I mean, you should be able to install it using like ZVM, for example, as a version manager, which is available on most systems, most things. And then you just use that to install the latest version. Or I'm actually using 0.14. But then it's pretty much, yeah, you're good to go and start trying it out. Yeah, Zig and Raylib, very easy to get started with that. You can even just use the C library. The C library of Raylib actually has like Zig, or not bindings, but it has Zig configuration. So it's pretty easy to include into your project. But you do have to modify your build file, your build.zig file. But I actually have a short on that you can look at if you wanna see how to do it. But it is not super difficult. But it is like, one thing about the build system in Zig is like when you have to do stuff like that, like import. Like how do you download packages, or how do you like have dependencies and stuff? You could just clone down stuff and use them like that as well. But then if you want to import like C libraries, then you have to do some stuff in the build.zig file. But it is possible, and it works quite well, even with like the native sort of C thing. you could just call. You actually get auto completion in Zig with the C library as well. So that's pretty cool. And then there's also something like translate C, which I haven't really looked into, but I don't really know what it does. But in the build system. Oh, I think it's starting to thunder outside here. Okay, I have to be quick. Right, so let's say we cancel, so we handle both of those, and then if we're stunned, we just set us to be stunned. Okay, fine. Now let's just do like default stun duration, because you know people hate magic numbers, right? One what? One it's 1 second. Yeah. And to give my take on that, I don't think magic numbers are that big of a deal. It's a big deal when you can't find what it means. But if you just have to like look at the signature of the function, then I don't think it's not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, I have to set you to be stunned. That's right. My take that no one wanted, you know. I just wanted to get that out there. I guess. Stunned if hit. True. Thank you. There we go. Boom. Okay, that actually feels pretty good. The only thing I'm kind of thinking about is like the attack pattern, but I don't know. Alright, nice. Really cool to get a new enemy type in. Let's see the other place. We have another one up here somewhere, hidden away. There we go. Oh yeah, I guess one thing that we could do is change the idle. You know, like now we've not aggroed it. What should it do? Should it just float around in a random pattern or something? And once we're aggroed it, it's just gonna try and follow you around. There's some cases I think where magic number is better than some name constant, since you can actually see the value right now. Yeah, I mean, let's say the name of the function is obviously saying what you're setting, then you don't really need. I mean it's for that for everything. If you have some means of getting the information and it's not too cumbersome, you know, it's I can understand if you're working with systems that require like immense amount of safety and stuff like that. It really depends on the context. Like if you're building a project yourself and you know what things mean and you don't care about having it in your head, then fine. If you can just look it up by checking the signature of a function, I don't see what the big deal is. And in the end, it's like it's your own. If it's your own project, then it's like no one should really care about it. But it's like, okay, it's yeah, I don't know. It's like you do learn it. You learn the value of it yourself by making a project, and then you have a bunch of the magic numbers, and then you come back to it later and you realize that, okay, I don't really understand what's going on here. I don't understand what these numbers are. What the hell is this? Because you don't remember the details. So then you learn, like, oh, I probably do need some stuff here. But sometimes it's better to do things quick first and then realize your mistake later and fix it later. But sometimes you know that this is going to be a problem in the future, so you fix it immediately. It's like there's all kinds of situations. There's like, I really don't support the view of always do things in one way, you know. Because you have to also explore and discover new ways of doing things as well. People have tendency to obsess over 20-line code snippets rather than actual structure of the whole project. Yeah, it also doesn't show the entire picture. If you only show like a small portion, then you don't see the whole picture either. It could just be that portion is like the worst part of the whole thing, and that's where you just didn't care enough to... You just wanted to get things done, and then that part is bad. But it's also like, it's good that parts are bad if you're never gonna go back there. If you make something that it's meant to just work and you're never gonna go back and touch it again, then it's good that you didn't spend a whole bunch of time perfecting that portion, you know, because then you were way more productive and you can move on to other things. Okay, but should we fix the idle thing? The decision between whether your program is a hierarchy of objects or a hierarchy of procedures is much more important than a 20-line snippet. Let's see if I read this correctly. So the decision whether your program is a hierarchy of objects or a hierarchy of procedures. Are you talking about... Oh wait, are you talking about like OOP or data-driven or... I mean, I also feel like the thing you're talking about now, I'm not sure exactly if I understand correctly, but I also feel like there's also the point of the tool thing, like use the correct tool for the correct job, but sometimes, you know, you can't always use the perfect tool if you don't, for some reason you don't have access to it, you don't realize that you have it, you don't, you know, you're using the tools at your disposal to do the things that you want to do. And I don't think you should just like, let's say I don't know, I think that you should use the correct tool for the correct thing. So it's like, for me it's okay to mix and match stuff as long as you can understand it. And like for example, in web development there is like, you know, the React, I'm not sure how much it's not maybe that much in game development knows about this, but in React it's a very almost sort of functional way of approaching the UI, where you have a stream of state basically, and I don't know really how to explain this, but it's basically the whole point is sometimes it's like better to do things imperatively than functionally, and sometimes it's the other way around. It's like, yeah, it all depends what you want to do. and you can mix it in any project, you know. Oh yeah, and you know, you can mix any paradigm with anything. So I guess maybe it's one thing that is, I mean, yeah, you can encode also, like if you really want. Let's take like stack-based programming. I don't know if you're familiar with, it's like a language called Forth, where you say I have a stack, so you're pushing things on the stack, so now you have 2 items on the stack separated by space here, and then you call a function by doing this. This will consume the 2 things on the stack and produce a 2. So in the end, you will, when you run that, you will end up with 1 thing on the stack. You could actually try to encode that in imperative language by using classes stuff. That's also like in Haskell, they are sort of, you can sort of encode imperative style in functional programming. Yeah, cool. But it's I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's I guess my point is, like, I've encountered people who wanted to only use one pattern, and then it turns out that, okay, maybe for this specific thing, it makes it so cumbersome that it just doesn't feel good to use, and it will complicate things to the point of we're losing a lot of productivity here. And so why are we not just doing it imperatively instead of functionally? Yeah. But anyway, I'm trying to find where I'm gonna do. So the idle thing. So how we have set idle. So we're just idle basically means here that the wisp is kind of just moving around. I guess what we could do is we could make a loop here. So let's say, what if we set this to time plus, let's say 1 second or whatever, or maybe, yeah, no, but that's fine, 1 second, and then we choose like a random direction. So direction is gonna be some sort of random direction. Wait, oh yeah, randomness. So randomness in Zig, that's like crypto, yeah, no, yeah, and then some random. Here we go. So we'll get a float. And this is like a thing that you can use, right? And I guess my whole point with that rant was to say I don't like it when people just lock down on one pattern or lock down on one like just I guess pattern of thought, or you have to like explore and you have to discover new things. You can't just, or have to, I mean, I guess you don't have to, but if you don't, then like why lock yourself down is my point, when you can explore and discover new things and maybe, yeah, find out that, oh, this is a cool way of doing it. And yeah, I feel like there's a problem in like if you work at a company, it's really hard to explore that stuff. You have to do it like in a hobby, because in a company you have to keep to the conventions and stuff that you have there. But how do I? Okay, 0 to 1. Right. Okay, good. And it's inclusive in 0 and exclusive in 1, or push force, yeah. Wait, yeah, so math pi and times 2. So that's around. Okay, now we got a random direction. That was pretty easy, actually. Yeah, I mean, if it's something that has to, if it's something like a program language, or you know, something that you have to sticking with, fine, that's fine. But then whatever you have your like freedom in that sort of thing that you've chosen, like it wouldn't be productive trying to every programming in a project is gonna choose their own language and trying to interface with each other. But I've been to places where basically each group, each team on the same project have a lot of freedom on how they actually like implement things, and that can be good. It can also be bad. It's like pros and cons there. I mean, the good thing about having things shared is that there's one way to do it, and you can be very productive. But the bad thing then is like if you're doing something outside the box, it's very hard to change that or to do something else. Okay, and then we do this. Limiting your options can have the benefit of making it easier to find solutions. Yeah, I mean, that can be true. I mean, yeah, I mean, sure. If you feel that that's helping you, then go for it. That can be true. Like it could be, like you say, like analysis paralysis. Like how do we approach this? Like how do we do this in a perfect way? Like perfectionism can be like a project killer almost. Like trying to perfect everything, because then you're like you get stuck somewhere, and it takes so much energy to do a thing that was actually really simple to implement if you just did it the quick and dirty way. And yeah, just don't prematurely like do some abstractions, or you know, some. That's usually a thing that I actually live by right now, is like do not prematurely do perfection and stuff, unless that's your main goal of the project, like to explore some sort of abstraction pattern. If you're just trying to like make a project happen, like be productive, then I think it's actually a bad thing to try and like prematurely abstract things. I work on a 20-year-old C++ program using Windows API with about 6 million lines of code. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. Is it your own project or is it someone else's? Because if it's someone else's, then I'm more sorry. I think. I mean, I've never been in that situation, but it sounds... I've been working with like old projects, but that sounds... 60 devs working. Okay, yeah. And I guess that's also like... There's some areas that you don't want to touch. Maybe everything. Okay, direction. So what's happening here? Oh yeah, that's just to calculate the velocity, I think. Yeah. So rotate. Actually, why? Well, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah. All right. It's not really move force anymore. It's like a direction or velocity or something. But yeah, whatever. Actually, now this will make it so that the monster will sort of drift in one way and then stop because of friction, and then after 1 second it will like move, pick another direction randomly. Oh man. Okay, let's do... Oops. No. Come on. There we go. Damn. I have to change this interface now. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens. What kind of program is it? Should we just put the registry in here? Let's just do it, make it easy for us. Actually, registry first. Well, is that a pattern? Whatever. Okay, now we need to change everything. It looks like it stopped thundering here. It's a weird weather today. Okay, and now we can get this. Oh, we need entity. That's right. There we go. Okay, now so here we actually need entity as well. That makes sense. Creating window positions and calculation like 3D in 3D space. You're able to open the window or change some properties. Well, for VR or some like in window positions. Do you mean for construction or something? Okay. Facade. That's for construction, right? Yeah. Actually, I have a friend who works in that. Let's see. Okay, okay. And you want, what do you, why are you angry? 2 arguments found 4. Oh yeah, so now every monster that has this will have to change. That's fine, we just include these 2 things. It should be fine. Wait, did we do it? No. Oh. Registry and set idle. All right. Okay, that looked a bit weird. Let's see. So we're going here until we get a spawn. Where is it there? So now it's idle. Alright, it's not changing the direction. Or I mean the, well, yeah, it's not changing the sprite direction. And maybe we should okay, I'll increase that. Oh, charge attack speed. It should be like fly speed. Wait, I thought I had. Okay, yeah, maybe. Fly speed times body mass. Oops. Right. And then we do apply force instead. Okay, and then basically, do you want to disable friction? No. Right, and then monster direction equal to from radiance direction. There we go. Okay, it's moving very slowly. There's a problem with the like the friction stuff. Maybe actually, maybe we should be able to like modify the friction maybe for each monster thing. Maybe if we go to where's the friction here? If we're flying, maybe we should like apply this to, maybe we should have like a lower thing here. I don't know. since we're actually okay, and let's also increase the speed here by, I don't know, 3. Okay. Yeah, and lowering the friction caused the yeah, the knockback to have a greater effect. Let's increase this, I don't know, by 10 maybe. We'll see. Okay, I'll just tweak this a little bit, and then I have to call it a day here. Yeah, I don't know. I have to tweak this a little bit later. But that's cool. So we've got this new enemy in. Very cool. And now we can have like flying monsters and stuff. Okay, awesome. But yeah, very nice. And yeah, thank you very much for watching, and hope you have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.